Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. Welcome Tag, welcome Lauren. Good to see yous. I'm just updating my auctions before we start. I didn't log on at all yesterday, so... I've been filling out my crafting log, and then just the stuff I craft, I just throw it on the market board and... I don't know, someone buys them. I don't know. Hey Spruce, welcome. Good to see ya. Yeah, I'm working on my Heavenswood crafting log. Yeah, so I just did armor crafting. Yeah, so I made all this. Just, I don't know who's buying this random boots and body armor and hats and gloves and stuff. Someone is though. Yeah, I just throw it all on the market board. Gotta update your prices though, because people undercut you. 79,400. So I finished leveling White Mage up to 80. It's my first level 80. 14,950.
I bring tidings. Do not despair. You are not without allies.
Thank you, Vivs. Wow, 1 whole year. Jeez. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. 29,000. 1 whole year. The time really flies, doesn't it? I can't believe it's nearly Christmas already. It's nearly time for me to do my yearly year of streaming recap. And most of it's going to be, I played Final Fantasy XIV. So it will be a shorter recap than usual. 38... 50? 50. We've dubbed 2021 as the year of recovery. Yeah, that's valid. That's fair. 22,000, yeah, okay. Hello. Oh yeah, have fun. Okay, yeah, I got White Mage level 80. Yeah. So that's all ready to go for the healing role quests, which I'm going to do next time. Because I want to start playing the other healers now that I've leveled White Mage. But Scholar and Astrologian still have their level 70 ability locked behind the class quest lines. So I thought today we could do a healing class quest stream. Catch up on Scholar and Astrologian. So I know they're technically called jobs, but I just can't get used to the terminology. I just prefer saying classes. That's just a weird personal thing. Yeah, so I'm going to start leveling one of these 3 next. Maybe Sage. I would like to finish unlocking this stuff though. Yeah, so we're going to do Scholar and Astrologian today. And then next stream, we're going to check out the Starlight holiday event, and hopefully do the healer role quests. And then we can get back to MSQ, because apparently I have to finish one of the role quests to finish the MSQ, so we'll take care of that before things really take off in the story. Energy levels right now are pretty high. Nobody calls them jobs. Okay, I'm glad that's not just me. Alright, Scholar. Let's do Scholar. So, what happened last time in Scholar? I remember there was a Tonberry drill sergeant, which was cute and hilarious. Oh yes, the plague that turned all these people into Tonberries had returned. Yeah, Suruto Karito is the scholar we were learning from, and Alkazolka is the warrior we're working with, the marauder. Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to fight off this plague that turned them all into Tonberries. Something about collecting keystones? I forget what that was for. False friends. Sailors lost in a terrible storm drifted to a desert isle where they met a tribe of Lalafels and then gave them a wondrous gift. But it turns out that gift was probably that gift, the vase, was the sickness's source. Don't trust tribes of Lalafels on mysterious desert islands. So we're trying to find that vase to see if it really was the source. And it has a void scent living in it, so yeah, that was definitely the source. The downfall of Nim. Oh yeah, we joined the Royal Marines with the drill sergeant Helga Tolga. Come hills or high water. Grudgingly, he admits we have the spirit of a Royal Marine. We did some training. Did some research on this vanishing void scent. And then we fought the void scent. Our fairy helped find it. Though the cure to the Tonberry's plight is still not quite within your grasp, Sirito Karito remains gratified by the outcome of the day's events. Seeing both your people and his able to work together toward a common cause is victory enough. At least for now. Okay, so we defeated the void scent that caused the plague, but I don't think we've actually cured them yet. So, that's where we're going to pick up the story. Actually, I should go activate the XP bonus. Do I need to buy any more? Nope, good. You call them jobs? Ah, that's fine. That's valid. Go to Lenostia. Okay. Whee! I still love this set. This weird steampunk scholar set. It's very cute. People! Often called classes in WoW jobs. You played FF11 before WoW. Okay. Yeah, that's valid. There's a lot of terminology I'm learning to adapt, like duties instead of dungeons, because, I mean, there are dungeons, but there's also trials and stuff, and they're all duties. It's a duty finder. I'm learning. I'm getting there. Level 60. The Vanishing Act. Oh, there's a Tonberry. Alkazolka is pleasantly surprised to see you. Melchan, that you should arrive at this very instant. It is as though the gods themselves have sent you. Sure. Not a quarter bell ago, I received a missive from Sirito Karito. An emergency has arisen at the Wondrous Palace, and he has requested our immediate presence. While the exact nature of this trouble remains unclear, we can scarce ignore his call. He awaits us at his usual place. Come, my friend, we haven't a moment to waste. An emergency, uh-oh. Are our Tonberry friends okay? Your first MOBA was League of Legends, so now every MOBA they're called champions. Pretty sure spent longer playing HOTS and calling them champions longer than you actually played League. Yeah, for me, all MOBA characters are heroes. Because I played heroes first. Yeah. It's just funny. Whee! There. Should probably summon my fairy. Yeah? Just so the fairy can hang out. We've done this a million times, and yet something about today has me feeling incredibly restless. Please, let us hurry and see what Sirito Karito has to say. same, but still they're called ultimates, not heroic abilities. Ults, to be specific. Yes, exactly. I still love his little glasses. Oh, they're so cute. Okazolka, Melchan, thank you both for responding so swiftly to my summons. Forgive my brusqueness, but I believe it best if we cut straight to business. I presume that both of you remember the invisible void scent we defeated not too long ago? Not too long ago. Sure, we'll pretend it was very recent. We could scarce forget such a vile creature. Well, you'll be pleased to hear that I have finished studying its remains, and believe a cure may be within my grasp. Ah, but mayhap cure is a slight exaggeration. What I speak of will only halt the spread of the sickness, not reverse all of the effects this has had on our bodies. Sirito Karato, you are far too modest a man. Truly, what you speak of is incredible. A miracle, even. Alas, it is not to be praised for the progress I've made that I asked you here today. You see, Satoto, one of my comrades who has been assisting me in my experiments, has mysteriously vanished. I'm terribly worried. While the rancor has subsided from most of our hearts, we still retain our Tonberry forms. Were we to wander too far from our home here, any number of organisations would be more than happy to have us hunted down. That is why I would ask that you, my two most trusted associates, locate and escort Satoto back to the Wondrous Palace before it's too late. Of course we'll do it. We can hardly ignore the pleas of one of Nim's foremost scholars. Melchan, I have an idea of where we can start. Let us check with the Grand Companies to see if a bounty has been placed on Satoto's head. Bounty? Let us hope it has not yet come to that. The Maelstrom Command is in Limsa Laminsa. There, we should be able to ask the Hunt Billmaster if any Tonberries have recently been registered. I fear for our friend's safety. Please, Melchan, do whatever it takes to find and escort Satoto back to the Wondrous Palace before it's too late. Back to Limsa. Going to bed? No worries. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for subbing and saying hi. Have a good night. Oh god, my frame rate. People. Too many people. Escape. Escape from people. A lot of people here too. Hello, what do you say? It feels as though I returned from the Gimlet Dark but a few bells ago, and already there is talk of redeployment. Harrowing though the battle was, I must confess I am somewhat eager to return and do my part. Hello. Good evening to you, sir. How might I be of service to you today? We're looking to slay a Tonberry. A Tonberry, eh? We currently have only one Tonberry marked for the hunt by the name of Marberry. Marberry? If I recall correctly, he was marked for the hunt from even before Satoto disappeared. The possibility of there being a mix-up between the two is slim. It seems we must continue our search elsewhere. Hi. Melchan of the Scions, Alka? I wasn't aware the two of you knew each other. Rashat? Good to see you again. I think I may have forgotten to say so the other day, but I greatly appreciated your help with my training. Got a cool axe. You know I'm always happy to help. I don't suppose you've come all this way to thank me, however. What brings the two of you here? We're searching for an escaped Tonberry, and thought it might have been marked for the hunt. Tonberry, you say? Well, I can't promise this is in any way related. A few days back, a disturbance broke out in Vesper Bay. They discovered a stowaway hiding in one of the ferries. Indeed? Witnesses say that a small green blur leapt from between the crates and dashed out of sight as soon as the ship pulled into port. While of a similar size and build to a Lalafell or Keykern, they claim it looked far too alien to be either. Thank you, Rashat. It sounds like you may have just given us our first lead. Melchen, after me. We make for Vesper Bay with all haste. Stowing away aboard a ship. Why would he do that? Guess we'll find out. Oh, we're prey returning. And it's raining. What lovely weather for a prey return. Seriously, the Cylons aren't even here anymore. They should really add an Aetheryte. Ah, well. What in the God's name was that thing? I ain't never seen anything like it. Oh, good. For a moment I thought I'd lost you. Let us begin by questioning this man here. He appears to be one of the men from the ferry Rashat told us about. You're asking if I saw the stowaway? Aye, you bet I did. Now, it wasn't just any stowaway what boarded our ship. Nay, I suspect it was one of them fellas. A gob, without his mask. Either that, or it's a rare beastie you can't find round these here parts. Not that it matter, mind you. Whatever it was, the brass blades are after it, and you best be sure they'll catch it. Indeed. Thank you for all your help, sir. Brass blades. Alright, better go talk to them. If an organisation that large has yet to find the stowaway, we have little chance of succeeding in such an endeavour ourselves. Rather than blindly rushing about, our time will be better spent gathering what information we can regarding this incident. I shall go and speak with my acquaintances in Uldar. In the meantime, I ask that you return to Surito Karato and inform him of all that we learned. It's so weird to be back in Realm Reborn zones, listening to Realm Reborn music. Feels like I fired up a different game. Oh, thunderstorm. Dark and stormy night. Hello. Melchan, I can only hope your swift return means you come bearing good news. Has crossed the sea and is likely now in Thanalan, you say? What could possibly have spurred our friend to do such a thing? Surito Karato, forgive my tardiness. I made a small detour to Uldar to speak with my associates. Unfortunately, they could tell me nothing aside from the fact that the brass blades are looking into who the stowaway might be. I've nevertheless asked that they keep an ear to the ground and report to me should they learn more. Thank you, Alkazolka. If, as you suspect, our friend has fled to the vast continent of Aldenard, there is little sense in us conducting any more searches. Judging by the Brass Blade's inability to find their quarry, we should have no need to worry about the Hunt or any other institution capturing Sototo for now. Our best option is to wait until we know more. I am inclined to agree. Should I come across any new information, I will send word to you right away. There's a good chance this search will turn into something of a long-term effort. Melchan, I suggest you rest while you still can. 63. Yep. Next, please. A safe place to hide. Sirito Karuto stares at you with a puzzled glimmer in his yellow eyes. Ah, Melchan, what brings you this way? Oh? It seems, then, Alcazolka's last missive somehow failed to reach you. He has uncovered information regarding Sototo's possible whereabouts, and is currently waiting for you to join him at the Marauders Guild in Limsa. You'd best hurry. Sototo, I pray that you are safe. Oh god. Gone back to Limsa. Goodbye frame rate. Christmas tree. Ah, that looks nice. Hey Sword Prophet, welcome. Hey Ven Solo, welcome. Scholar job quest rule? Yeah, I really like the Tonberry storyline. Yeah, I'm up to the Stormblood chapter. Welcome, my friend. My contacts have but recently caught wind of a rumour that the Brass Blades are once again on the move. It seems they have spotted a creature matching the description of the Vesper Bay stowaway. Luckily for us, their quarry has fled into the Black Shroud, an area that is out of their jurisdiction. While there is still much we do not know, at least we now have an idea of where to begin. Let us immediately depart for Camp Tranquil. Hoorah! Yeah, we're trying to find one of the Tonberries who has just gone on an adventure? We're not sure what he's doing or why he's going in all over the place. We're worried for his safety though. As you may well already know, the only way to reach the Black Shroud from Thanalan is to pass through this area. That means whoever, or whatever, the Brass Blades we're pursuing entered the forest from here. If our hunch is correct and Sototo is in there, we best hurry. A Tonberry who has seen little of the outside world would likely not last more than a few days on their own. To cover more ground in less time, I suggest we split up. I shall take the north, while you scour the south. Once we're done, let us meet back here. I'm sorry, I can't stop looking at this adorable, tiny little drake. Because it's a Lalafell, so it's been scaled down. It's so small, it's like a little dog. Well, a big dog. It's so small. Very cute. Try as you might, you did not catch sight of Sototo, or anything resembling the missing Tonberry. Well, I mean, we are right next to the guards, so you probably would want to hide from the guards. Still nothing. Why don't I just call his name? Oh god, fate. You spy a fallen figure, small of stature and green of skin. It's surrounded by poachers. Dirtbags. It looks like we've struck gold. If we skin and sell this thing, we're guaranteed a fortune. 7 hells. Don't go celebrating just yet. We've got to kill it first. The hide's so thick, it broke my bloody knife. Get away, jerks. Ah! The game put me right next to that. Eat an egg. Problematic poacher, sneaky poacher, stealthy poacher. Gonna spare my AoE and everything will be fine. Jerks. Father, is this where it all ends? So Toto appears injured. Quickly cast Adloquium upon her, so that she might be healed. Oh, so Toto's a she. So I'm poisoned. Let's get rid of that. Target. Thank you, madam. You saved my life. That spell. You wield Nymean magics? Are you perchance Melchan, the adventurer in possession of a soul crystal? Sirito Karuto often speaks of you. Nod. Thank the gods! You're safe. After my search of the northern reaches turned up nothing, I returned to Camp Tranquil to wait for you. When you didn't appear, I began to grow worried and came looking for you. Good thing I did too. Bloody poachers. Oh, but how rude of me. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Hello, Sir Toto. I am Alka Zolka, Royal Marine and Marauder. My friend, Melchan Angura, and I have been searching for you. My lady, if I may be so bold as to say so, your radiance. It is blinding. Melchan, isn't she beautiful? She? How did you know? I'm pretty sure she is a he? Eh? She, how did you know? It's obvious, isn't it? Her glowing skin, her comely face. She is clearly a lovely young woman. Now, Sir Toto, what prompted you to leave Bronze Lake so abruptly? Wait, I'm confused. Innovative healer combat? Spamming AoE? As you are likely already aware, Sirito Karuto saved us. While on the outside we remain as Tonberries, he has purged our hearts of the rancor. And that is why I left. There is something I must take care of now that my mind is once again my own. And what, pray tell, is that? Over 1,500 years ago, back when Nim was still at its peak, my father was a scholar and a Royal Marine. He was dispatched upon a secret and incredibly dangerous mission to infiltrate Amdapor. The day he left was the last time I ever saw him. I suspect the reason he never returned was because he was discovered and apprehended by the Amdapori. And so you came here, to the place the ancient nation once stood. You do realize that regardless of whether he survived or not, your father, I know. I am under no illusions that he might still be alive. Even if he somehow escaped Amdapor, unlike those of us sealed away in the tower, the passage of time would have eventually robbed him of his life. I'm only looking to find something that reminds me of him. A keepsake, if you will. It sounds as though you loved your father a great deal. Aw. Very well. If this means that much to you, we, the Royal Marines, shall volunteer to aid you in your search. Ahem. Right, Mo-chan? Sure. The two of you would really do that for me? Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much. Now let us return to Camp Tranquil. There we can discuss how to proceed. Tonberries are so cute. With the two of you by my side, I am absolutely certain nothing can go wrong. Don't say that. Before we begin searching for a memento of Satoto's father in earnest, I must go to Bronze Lake to inform Sirito Karito we have found his dear comrade and that she is safe. Speaking of which, Satoto, you must promise me you will never again do anything so reckless as wandering a foreign land alone. The realm is a dangerous place. Doubly so for someone with your affliction. Very well. If it really means that much to you, I shall make that promise. Good. That is all I ask. Mo-chan, I ask that you look after Satoto and see that she gets some rest, that she might recuperate from her ordeal. We shall make for the Lost City upon her full recovery. Bum, 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 bum. For so long, I've been treated like a hideous beast that I'd forgotten what it was like to be thought of as a girl. Alka has reminded me, and for that, I cannot thank him enough. I'm confused. Why was my character insisting she was a he? Seems a bit, I don't know. In loving memory, Alka Zolka fusses over Satoto. Got a little bit of a crush. Only a little bit. Satoto, you appear to be doing much better. Even your complexion has returned to normal. Indeed, I too notice that my skin once again glows a healthy shade of green. Mo-chan, now that Satoto has recovered, our search can begin. Ere we depart, let us quickly review what we know. Satoto's father was a scholar in the Royal Marines who had been dispatched on a mission to infiltrate Amdapor. He was to return with a cure to the disease that threatened to engulf Nim. Only he never did. Yes, I'm almost certain he was caught, captured, and then killed by the Amdapori. Even if that was not the case, after 1500 years, we can safely assume he is no longer alive. I hold out hope, however, that some of his belongings remain. The Amdapori were extremely dedicated to expanding their knowledge of healing magic. Anything in a scholar's possession would have been of incredible value to them, and had your father been captured, they would have confiscated all that he had. He would then likely have been transported to a remote and secure location for interrogation. That means our chances of finding anything that once belonged to him will be highest in Amdapor Keep. Oh, Alka, not only are you terribly kind, but you are keen of mind as well. Oh, cute. Thank you. Now, in the final years of the War of the Magi, Amdapori was demolished by the Makai. It was overrun with a myriad of void-sent beasts that linger to this day. As we forge forward, you must be sure to keep your wits about you. Amdapor Keep is fraught with dangers, both known and unknown. I've been there a few times, it's fine. I know all the boss strats. Let's go see what the Scholar Dude says. Yes, the Scholar Dude, that's his official name. I forgot his name. Sarito? Sarito Karito or something? He's not here. Rude. Came all this way to see him. Fine. I'll send him a bill for my aetheryte costs. Ooh, shiny. Breathe deep the air of this place, adventurer. I am no hero, but even I can tell 'tis free of fell presence. All thanks to you. Well, we'll see what happens when I click this person who has a duty for me to do. So this is Anderport Keep, erstwhile home to the mages we fought so long and hard against. So the Nims fought the Amdapor? Was it a three-way war? I forget what the law is. Because they were also, the Amdapor were also fighting the Makai. We've finally made it. Nochan, if you're ready, please lead the way. The Presence Chamber. From here we must tread with caution. We know not what dangers lurk in the shadows. Whatever happens, I shall not leave this place without something to remember my father by. Alkazolka the Slayer. Ooh, there's a shiny over here. The little Tonberry footsteps are so cute. Nothing in this bag looks as though it could have belonged to him. It's a moth! Oh, she's stabbing it with her knife. Cute. More DPS. They're not doing much damage. All the pages are in tatters. Perhaps we'll have better luck with the next one we find. Hi, fairy. Look out for the bad breath. Or we can kill it before it does bad breath, that's better. Hey, De Grey Man, welcome. You hate the Marlborough archetype? Aww. I like how unnerving they are. The interrogation of the Narmian spy we apprehended is scheduled to soon take place at the Moot Hall. The healing powers his people wield are not like to those of white magic. Regardless of what it takes, we must find a way to determine the mysterious source of his power. We suspect his robes are crucial to his spellcasting. They will no doubt hold some of the answers. For now, however, we will be sealing them away in one of our mana idols. Melchan, this log. I think it's about my late father. Then we must begin dismantling the mana idols. What's a mana idol? One of them might be carrying Satoto's father's things. Hey, yo, wee. Can't wait for Stranger's Paradise to have like 1 million of them. What's Stranger's Paradise? Tree. Final Fantasy Origins. Oh, okay. Yep. Ah, these are the mana idols. Okay. Destroy! That was a cool little extendo punchy move it did. Keep going. Alright, let's go. Little pitter-patter of Tonberry feet. The retelling of FF1 as an isekai? What was an isekai? I've heard that term before, but I've forgotten what it was, sorry. I think it's a story about travelling to a different world. Ah, okay. I hadn't heard about FF Origin stuff. Hey, Yuro-chan. You wish you could go back to not knowing isekai. Oh, why's that? Oh, there was a treasure coffer. I should probably go back and open that. Destroy this thing first. Okay, check that treasure. This chest is full to the brim with treasure. No, this isn't what we're looking for. Let us leave it. But treasure! Alright, fine. It's been done to death and most of them are bad for similar reasons. Ah. Hey, Light Cecil? Yeah, we're doing the Stormblood Scholar quests. We're in Amdapor Keep with this cute little Tonberry. We're trying to find some mementos left behind by her father. We're trying to help her out. Oh. That looks intimidating. Mana Snatcher. Why are there so many broken mana? Great gods, that beast! Over there! Did you really not notice that? He spotted us. We have no choice but to fight him. Oh, orbs. There are orbs. Give you a heal. Oh, that wasn't a very big heal. You must have a huge health pool. Stab him. Stab him in the leg. Stab. Oops. Sorry, I dropped an orb on you. Ah, well. That sucks. Sorry about that. Oh, no. My bad. Grr. A treasure coffer is found amongst the twitching remains of the once mighty Mana Snatcher. Is that a coffer? This thing must have been feeding on the mana idols. Satoto, Melchan, perhaps this is it. Ba-da-da-da. Look, it's a Nemean grimoire. I recognize this. It's my father's. And these. These are his robes. They're from the day he left. All of it has been so perfectly preserved. It's almost as though he were wearing them but yesterday. Oh, what's this? Crystal! Is that his soul crystal? Yes. And within slumbers the fairy that has been with my family for generations. I thought I had lost nearly everyone to that God-forsaken war and the terrible disease that followed. Yet, in spite of all odds, here she is, the last of my family, sitting right in the palm of my hand. I would give anything to see her again. Lilac? Lilac, please. Answer me. It's purple. Is that good? Satoto? Satoto, what happened? Wake up. Mochan, something's wrong. She's not responding. We must get her back to Camp Tranquil immediately. A wizard Tonberry is terrifying. Like a slasher movie, but the boogeyman is a wizard. The demo you played for 30 hours. Oh, I didn't know the demo was out. That's cool. Aw. Melchan, you're a Royal Marine with an outstanding scholar besides. Surely you can diagnose what's wrong with her. I just press buttons. Satoto has no external injuries, and both her breathing and pulse are stable. Despite this, she appears to have slipped into a coma, from which she will not wake anytime soon. Aww. She won't be waking anytime soon? No, that can't be. What in the seven hells happened back there? Hi. Troubled civilians in need of a helping hand, I presume? Might the wood whalers be of assistance? Ah, well, if it isn't the adventurer. What brings you to this neck of the woods? Yeah, this was one of the members of the old company of heroes. Melchan, this is another of your friends, I take it? Bum, 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 bum. So, in essence, a botched invocation rendered this thing unconscious? The solution to that is simple enough. Just leave it there to rest until it wakes up. Thing? Thing? How dare you speak of Satoto in such a callous manner? And to think that you would suggest we leave this beautiful young lady out here in the open until she wakes up. You must be mad. Young lady? You're quite sure that's what she is? This misgendering stuff is... My apologies. I shall carry the young girl inside and see that she is given a proper place to rest. But before that, this coat of green mucus isn't contagious, is it? Green mucus? That's not green mucus, it's... Never mind. No, it's not contagious. You should be fine. Thank you for your help, sir. It's greatly appreciated. At least for now, we can rest easy knowing that Satoto is safe. Or as safe as she can be, given the circumstances. All should be in order. I've seen to it that your friend has been given a comfortable bed to rest in until she recovers. Melchan, I shall return to Bronze Lake and inform Sirito Karuto of all that has happened. Perhaps he will be able to shed light on what is wrong with Satoto. In the meantime, I would ask that you remain near on hand and keep an eye on her. Don't worry, I shouldn't be away too long. Hopefully nothing happened to a fairy. It did seem like, yeah, maybe something's wrong with her fairy. A kitty! Kitty! Hello. Yeah, I know, you just came to get a drink and now you're on camera. Sorry. That's how it be. Sorry, you can go back to drinking. Where did he go? There he is. Lendenel. The chase. What's the chase? Oh, okay. Worry not, adventurer. The green girl is in safe hands. That's what you get for being an adorable furball. Yeah. FF14 stop has been solid to decrease queue time. Yeah, the queue times have been pretty good lately. I mean, they're still long-ish, but it does seem to be improving. Cleo's so sick of the paparazzi. She is. The chase. Alka-Zolka's face is drawn into tight lines. Melchan, something's terribly wrong. Ever since she collapsed, Satoto hasn't so much as stirred. According to Sirito Karuto, the sickness transforms not only the body, but also the quality of the afflicted individual's ether. As such, attempting to summon Lilac in her current state likely drained her of nearly all her vitality. A bit of rest, however, should have been enough to replenish her reserves, and she should be awake by now. The fact that she's not means something else is amiss. Please go and have a word with Sirito Karuto, scholar to scholar. Perhaps if you were to combine your wits, you might learn what is wrong. I shall remain here and look after Satoto. Aww. You staying? Aww. Not dinner time yet, but she's staying. Having fun rolling around. This is now a cat stream. Sorry. Hello, sweetie. Oh, did I scare you? Sorry. Your feline owner has decided it is grooming time. Yes. In her mind, if she's cute enough, I might feed her. Yes. Oh, okay. Bye. Goodbye. See you later. She'll be back. For food. If you and Suruto Karuto were to combine your wits, I'm certain you can find a way to save her. Make haste, Mel-chan. I fear we may be running out of time. Alright. All pets do that. Come back for food. Mm-hmm. They won't let us forget feeding time. Hey, is that a bunny boy I see? Bunny boy! So Satoto still slumbers on. Normally, when scholars summon their fairies, they do so by extracting a portion of the ether circulating through their body and willing it to take shape. By releasing that form, they can then dismiss it, and the ether will flow back into their bodies. This is what should have happened to Satoto when she fell unconscious. I cannot understand why she remains asleep. Unless... what if she only managed a partial summoning? There is a possibility that all of Satoto's ether fled from her body upon calling to Lilac, causing her to then fall unconscious before the fairy could fully manifest. That would mean this unbound phantom is out there somewhere, aimlessly roaming the land and preventing her from regaining consciousness. You and Alka must hurry to find and dispatch of it before it wanders too far. It may be the only way to wake her. Dispatch of it? We have to go kill it? No-chan, please hurry and tell Alka Zolka what I have shared with you. The partially summoned fairy must be stopped at all costs. Okay. Go fight a fairy. An evil, partial fairy thing. There are bunny boys now? Yes. Yeah, Endwalker brought in bunny boys. You can now be a bunny boy. It's going to have female Hrothgar as well, but they haven't been added yet. They're in a later patch. We don't know what they look like yet. But we do have bunny boys. Finally, you've returned. What did Suruto Karuto have to say? A partially summoned familiar? Then, as Suruto Karuto suggests, we must hunt this thing down and destroy it. Do you recall how, right before Satoto fell unconscious at the ruins, a purple sphere of light appeared before us? That must be the phantom fairy to which he refers. Problem is, the moment it materialised, it vanished from Anderport Keep. There's no telling where it could have gone. Hi, did you see it? The two of you are looking awfully somber. What's wrong? Does this thing, by any chance, resemble a floating violet orb? So you've seen it? No, but lately many of the whalers have been claiming they've encountered a spectre in the forest. In fact, The reports have been so numerous in number that I've been given orders to investigate the matter. Interestingly enough, the description they've given me seems to match this phantom fairy of yours. Aye, that'll be it all right. Well, I'd like to immediately begin my search of this fairy spectre. There are a few rather pressing matters I must attend to first. Not to worry, Melchan and I will take it from here. We've already troubled you enough as it is. Very well then. My men have spotted the thing along the upper paths and Snake Moult. You may want to begin by searching both those places. Thank you. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for the young lady. It's not as though I could simply stand by and watch as a helpless girl fights for her life. Oh, thank you. It may not seem it, but somewhere in that man is a good heart. Now then, let's immediately begin surveying the areas Landonell mentioned. You take the upper paths, and I'll go to Snake Moult. Nod. Hey, Scurvy. Yeah, I've been having a blast, thank you. Don't know what that is. Looks evil, though. Yeah, I've been having a blast. Taking a little break from Shadowbringers to do some class quests. There's just so much fun stuff to do in this game. So much interesting stuff. Got the chonker? Yes. I love the chonker. Big lovely chonk. Little ribbons around its feet. Ah, it's cute. I saw there's a piggy bank you can craft that's based on this as well for your house, so I might put one of those in my apartment. Have to make that. You've been playing Summoner Scholar? Oh, nice. How are you enjoying the new Summoner? I've barely touched it. I just tried it out, but I haven't actually used it yet. You notice nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. Next spot. Not at 50 yet, just hit 45. Oh, nice. Congrats. Nothing out of the ordinary. Alright. It's always the rule of 3. It's going to be the third one. Yeah, this one's purple. Then you can start the relic weapon grind for them. Oh god. Are you sure you want that? Well, best of luck with it. Out of the corner of your eye, you see an eerie, glowing presence floating towards you. Ah! It releases a hideous scream, and you find yourself under attack. Ah! Hi! Wasn't expecting that. Boom! Plan on getting the Zetas for every class? Oh, good luck with that. That's a long, very, very long-term goal. I've been working on the Anima weapon, the Heavenswood relic, for Scholar. I've got it at this point so far. Looks pretty cool. I'm still pretty early with it though. Looks pretty though. The Heavenswood ones are so pretty. That'll be so many books, yeah. Those books would be so much better if they let you have multiple at a time. Alright, well, we killed that horrifying thing. Let's see if she's okay. Oh, elephant. Ah, it's about time you came, my friend. I was beginning to grow concerned one of the beasts in the forest have gotten the better of you. Nod. I myself encountered a fair few woodland creatures during my search, one of which was a purple sphere of light. Alas, it turned out to simply be a will-o'-the-wisp. By the expression on your face, I assume your investigation went no better? What did I fight? What the hell was that? Where the seven hells did that thing fly off to? There you are. Just moments ago, one of my men was attacked by your fairy. What? According to him, it disappeared into the lost city of Amdapor. We won't be able to give chase just yet, however. Entry into the area is heavily restricted due to the darkness which permeates it. We need to receive permission from the Order of the Twin Adder. I shall go and request that right now. In the meantime, I ask that you wait here. Landonel, with all due respect, why is it that you're so intent on helping us? To put it bluntly, the fairy is our responsibility, not yours. I told you before, green of skin or not, I cannot stand to see the young girl suffer. After all, the duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Now, if the two of you are planning on joining me in this fight against the fairy phantom, I suggest you begin making preparations. Taking this thing down is going to be no easy task. This lost city of Amdapor. Nice. Nice hat, thank you. I love this scholar set. Look at that hat. I have a monocle. Slowly working on the beast tribes. Ah, nice. Now I haven't done the holiday event yet. I'm going to do that next stream. I saw there's some new minions you can get from it though. Alright, last one, level 70. Our unsung heroes. Alkazolka impatiently awaits your arrival. Did I do it last year? No, I only started playing this year. When did I start playing? Like June or something? Or was it earlier? No-chan, you're here. Excellent. Landonel, mere moments ago, received the necessary authorization for us to enter Amdapor. He'll also be accompanying us into the Lost City. He claims that in watching over Sitoto, he's developed a brotherly affection for her and wants to help. Honestly, I think he's just raring for a fight. Well, whatever his reasons, I'm simply glad for his assistance. The more seasoned fighters we take, the faster we'll be able to dispatch the parasite, leeching Sitoto of her aether. Now, let us head to the gates, where we will be meeting Landonel. Nice, we went into Amdapor Keep, now we get to go into the Lost City. You can log in? Nice. Have fun, Scurvy? Yes, the fat cat mount, it's so cute. Are you ready, Mel-chan? Good. The moment Landonel joins us, we'll enter the Lost City. Alright, let's go. Pursue the Phantom Fairy. Ah. Mel-chan, Landonel, after the fairy. Where's it going? Is it trying to lead us somewhere? Landonel the Unafraid. Okay. Just let me eat an egg. Egg. So it looks like this is the hard mode version of Lost City, which has different music. It's a remixed version. Sigum! Keepers of ancient Amdapor, no doubt. Let us quickly finish them off. Bum, bum, bum. Alcazolka, you're supposed to face them away! Thank you. You were playing literally all day, getting crafters to 90? Oh, nice. Very nice. Funny that Yoshi P is a player in FF14. It's good. Any loot down here? No. No loot. This is not the real version. This is a duty version. Quest version. Segum! Be gone with you! It's the fairy we're after. Yeah, you tell him. Why do you have threat? Alcazolka, you're supposed to tank! Mana pots. Destroy. Look, it's just atop those steps. We must hurry and topple these things. Bum, bum, bum. Kill that sprite as well. Come back, orb. Is it waiting for us? Interesting. Okay. Is it possessing that thing? Mochan, fall back and provide us cover. Landonel, on your guard. It comes. The fairy and Kuribu have fused together. Oh no. Ah! Well, that was rude. Speaking of fairies, where's my fairy? I seem to have lost my fairy. There we go, there's my fairy. Yeah. Oh god. Lots of AoEs. Sig it! Yeah. Victory! Is it gone? Haha, it is! We did it! It's another victory for the Royal Marines. The statue stopped moving, and the earlier dread I felt has begun to recede. It appears the Phantom Fairy is no longer. Yes, which means there's a very good chance Satoto's Aether has returned to her. She'll be up soon. Let's hurry back, so that she might have a friendly face to wake to. Gem. That's a big gem. No, Chan. What in the God's name are you doing? Come, we must return to Camp Tranquil, post-haste. I'm just having a moment with my fairy. Found a gem. Look at my shiny gem. I'm tired. Hook to land now first. Go to Alcazolca. I'll bring out the Tonberry girl shortly. Oh my god, is that a doggo? Oh, look at that doggo. Oh, oh, it's so cute. Good doggo. That fight took a lot more out of me than I thought it did. Where's Satoto? And Landonell, for that matter? Yay! Satoto! You're awake! Alka, what's wrong? Are you alright? Do you not remember? You attempted to summon Lilac and fell unconscious. You've been asleep this entire time. Well, at least until we defeated the fairy you had called forth. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. It was never my intention to place any of you in harm's way. While I was sleeping, I had a dream. It was of my father. When the first wave of the sickness hit, person after person began taking ill. I watched as he and the other scholars rushed through the streets, trying to save anyone they could. Then the sickness struck me. When my skin began to turn green and my limbs began to shrink, he decided to embark upon a mission to obtain the cure, one he knew was destined to end in failure from the very start. He made his way to where all the white mages resided, the enemy nation of Amdapor. In a last-ditch attempt to save me, he infiltrated their borders. I suppose we all know how that story ends. Even if he no longer cared for me, loathed me even, for what I had become, it wouldn't matter. I just wish I could have seen him one last time. What are you talking about, said Toto? Your father would have been delighted to see the stunning young woman you've grown into. Thank you, Alka. You always know what to say. Well, I've always known I'd never again feel my father's loving embrace. I had thought that maybe, just maybe, I could have at least seen his fairy. In my selfish desire to do so, however, I put everyone in danger, including Lilac. Words are not enough to express how sorry I am. That reminds me. So Toto, do you have any idea why Lilac was so drawn to the Lost City? You need not worry about it, friend. There is likely little rhyme or reason to the actions of a frenzied spirit. Maybe. But the way she was moving seemed deliberate, almost as though she was trying to show us something. Do you have any ideas, Melchan? I can hold out the gemstone or shake my head. Hold the gemstone. A gemstone? I think this is what Lilac was trying to lead us to. We should take it to Surito Karuto, that he might examine it. He, of all people, will be able to comprehend its significance. Oh, I nearly forgot. Landonel, sir. Thank you for taking care of me when I was unwell. Think nothing of it. This world may be full of self-serving men and women, but don't forget that not all of us are like that. Should you run into someone or something that threatens to hurt you, be sure to come and find me. Once I run them through with my lance, they should bother you no longer. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to do that. Aww. You have a terrifying, oversized wasp monster for a ride. It jiggles and waves its stinger at your enemies, and has a bone mask. It's the worst, and you love it. That's amazing. Back to the Wanderer's Palace. Hello. Surito Karuto, there is something we would like for you to examine. Melchan discovered this gemstone in the lost city of Andapur. It seemed as if to be of great import to the fairy Satoto summoned. Indeed? Dear gods! It couldn't possibly be. This gemstone. It appears to contain concentrated white magics. How did you find this? Ah. From what you described, I can only surmise that this is the Guardian statue's crystal core and the source of its power. Is it possible, then, that this is why Satoto's father sought This is what Sototo's father sought to acquire by infiltrating Amdapor? It is very likely. Had the Nimians managed to attain and analyze one of these gemstones, we could have found the remedies to any number of diseases. Possibly even that of the sickness which destroyed our lands. It is just as I thought. Lilac was acting with deliberate intent. She had guided us to the lost city, that we might uncover this. Normally, a fairy which has failed to fully manifest is nothing more than a sphere of turbulent etheric energy, incapable of being manipulated by its summoner. Lilac, however, is in part a remnant of her father's ether. Perhaps she retained his strong will to see that Sototo was saved. Aww. Lilac, Father, thank you. Thank you for everything. Thunder. Aww. They might be able to find a cure. To think that Lilac would retain a fragment of her father's consciousness and guide us to the stone. Sototo must have meant the world to him. In my selfish desire to reconnect with my father, I caused the two of you a great deal of distress. For that, I am terribly sorry. Sototo, there is no need to apologise. Your undying gratitude is more than enough. Thank you, Alka, for everything. That you should, even now, treat me like the young girl I once was. It is perhaps what I've come to like about you most. My apologies, Sototo. I didn't quite catch that. Do you think you could... Sototo, are you alright? You're going red. Mayhap you need to lay down and rest? I'm perfectly fine. Although, Alka, the next time the Royal Marines are out training, would it be alright if I joined you? Of course. You'd be a fine addition to our ranks, my lady. You are the daughter of one of Nim's very own Royal Marines, after all. For now, this is enough. When the day comes that I regain my original body, however, I pray that you will give me strength, Father, Lilac, that I might one day convey my feeling to him. Aww. Cute. The two of you have gone to great lengths to bring Sototo safely back to us. For that I cannot thank you enough. This gemstone that you brought back from Amdapor at Lilac's behest will no doubt pave the way for a new generation of scholars. I shall begin analysing this gemstone straight away. I will do whatever it takes to discover the cure, and thus carry on Sototo's father's legacy. And speaking of legacies, you have shaped up to be a mighty fine scholar, Melchan. I cannot help but feel proud whenever I look upon you. Aww. What a relief it is that Sototo is back to normal. While incredibly trying, I cannot help but be glad for our little misadventure. Not only will it aid Tsirito Karuto's efforts to discover a cure, but the Royal Marines have become all the stronger for it. We have even earned ourselves a new member. I know I don't say it enough, but thank you, Melchan, for always being there. You are an excellent scholar and an even better friend. Now, let us leave this place. It is past time we return home to continue our training. To victory! Come hells or high water! Aw, that was really good. Lilac has bequeathed all her knowledge of Nimian military tactics to you. Thank you, Lilac. Fairy gauge. Ooh. I've got a new thing. Keeper of the Lilacs. Ooh, that's a good title. Fairy gauge. Displays the current amount of Fey Aether accumulated within a fairy. Fey Aether is accumulated by using actions such as Lustrate and Excogitation in combat, depleting the Aether flow gauge. Maintaining an Aether Pact consumes Fey Aether. Okay. I'll just move that somewhere. Rum. Gotta align it properly. It's gotta be all pretty and lined up, you know? Okay. Aether Pact. Target party member. Can I do it with me? Might need to summon my chocobo to try it out. Let's go to a striking dummy. I always go the wrong direction. Here they are. Okay, so I do need to use this on someone else. So I'll summon my Chocobro. Chocobo! Oh, okay. No, that it just costs fairy gauge. Okay. Can you get fairy gauge with energy drain? Basically anything that costs aether flow. Okay. I have 20. Can I use it on myself? Let's find out. Again. Ooh. Ooh, cool little tether thing. Dissolves current Fey Union, regenerating HP over time. Ah. Okay, it's a cool little heal over time thing I can give people. That's pretty neat. Okay, so I think it just drains the whole meter, depending on how much I've got. Oh, that didn't get... Oh, you can't do it when you don't have your fairy out. Okay. I can't use dissipation to cheat and get extra meter. Wait for my fairy to come back. Come back, fairy. Yay! Wonder, does this bar look different for the different fairies? Nope, looks the same. More fairy meter. Alright, let's see how long it lasts for 60. Use it on Nero. Oh, that's the wrong button. That one. That's pretty cool. That seems like a fair bit of healing too. I'm gonna have fun with that ability. Nice. I'm gonna have to play some more Scholar, because Scholar's really fun. Alright, Nero, calm down, mate. Follow. Stop fighting, Nero. Good boy. Well, I suppose I'll do an update on Scholar, what it does, and then we'll feed Cat. And then when we come back, we'll do Astrologian quests. So Scholar is it's a shield-focused healer. They've split the healers now. So they've got healers either barrier healers or pure healers. So White Mage and Astrologian are both pure healers, whereas Scholar and Sage are barrier healers. That means that they do a lot of shields that will absorb damage before it's even taken. So you kind of want to have you want to have one of each, because they're both really really nice to have. So yeah, Scholar does a lot of shields. Like this, one of the main heals, Jannequinard, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, gives the target a shield called Galvanize, absorbs damage. And if I do a crit heal, it'll give them a second shield as well, called Catalyze. It's hard to see how big the shields are, but when you're in a party, health bars will have like an extra little thing over them to let you know how big the shield is. And the shield will be eaten up before their actual health is. So it really rewards knowing when damage is coming in, so you can set up shields on everyone. Yeah, so Scholar, they have a fairy. There's two different ones, but they're only different in appearance. Eos and Selene. They just look different now. They used to have different abilities, but I think that was tough to balance, so they're just giving them the same abilities now. So you just use the one you think looks pretty. I like Eos. Yeah. And they do an auto heal to people nearby. And they also enable a bunch of your spells. Where to start with Scholar? Let's start with the damage, I guess. All healers have basic damage spells. Got the damage over time. Bio. We've got our mashable attack, Broil. It's called Ruin at lower levels. And we've got a version of it that's instant cast, so you can use that one on the run for a little bit more damage if you're moving from things. And this is our spammable AoE damage, Art of War, which is around you, so you have to get in there to be close to everything to do damage to them. That's your basic damage kit. We've got little tiny baby heal, Physic. And Jannequinard, that's the one that gives a shield. We've got a spammable group heal called Sucker. This one also gives a shield, works just like Jannequinard does. In that if you crit, it does an extra shield. Yeah, that's our spammable group heal. We've also got a nice cooldown we can use, which tells our fairy to just gradually heal everyone. 60-second cooldown, so you kind of just pop it when there's group damage and your fairy goes to work. It doesn't look like she's doing stuff, but she is. The Whispering Dawn, regenerating HP over time. She's doing stuff, trust me. And so we've got this little meter here, which is Summoner also has a meter like this. So we fill this meter up by using Aether Flow, which is, this is actually an attack. You'd use it on an enemy. Oh. Actually, no, sorry, it's not an attack. The Summoner version is an attack. It's just we can only use it in combat. Yeah, so you can't use it out of combat. Use it, it gives you tons of mana back, and it gives you 3 thingies. And 60-second cooldown. So you essentially want to make sure you're using this whenever it's up, and then you spend your 3 things on whatever you want. I have 4 options to spend it now. We've got Lustrate, which is an instant cast heal, which is off the global cooldown, so you can throw that in between other things. It looks like this. Damn, that was a big Lustrate. 8k. I think I crit. So, very powerful use of it. Or we've got a group heal we can do, called Indomitability. Once again, no cooldown, instant cast, off the global cooldown. And then we've got Excogitation, which is an interesting one. So this one, it basically puts an effect on whoever you cast it on that will save them, or it'll auto-heal them if they get below 50% HP. So you throw it on a tank who's taken lots of damage, and then it insta-heals them. It's a bit tricky to use because, yeah, so the cure potency is 800, right? That's more than this straight up heal. But in order for it to go off, you have to let their HP go below 50%. So you kind of have to let their HP drop before this will pop. It's more healing per little thingy. But yeah, you do have to get used to letting their HP drop so it'll actually heal them. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. It lasts for 45 seconds, so you can throw it on and leave it on for a while. It's just quite often I just haven't let it proc properly, and I just kind of lose it. So it's an interesting advanced thing you can do. Really helpful when there's lots of damage going out though. Something so satisfying to you about the idea of being able to get a critical hit on healing someone? Yes. Critical heals feel so good. Yes, that's the 3 healing abilities, and then then we've got a damage dealing thing we can spend these on as well. Energy Drain. Does a little bit of damage. Absorbs a portion of... Oh yeah, it gives you a little bit of HP. And also some Fairy Gauge. So all these spenders give you Fairy Gauge. So this is what you're going to use it on if you don't need to use it on anything else. Like if you're getting close to this cooldown being up, because you don't want to waste these cooldowns. This is just 3 cool shiny things you can use whenever it's up. And if it's nearly off cooldown and you've got some extra things you don't need to use, just throw them into Energy Drain. Does some damage and gives you... does not give you mana, sorry. Yeah, just does some extra damage if you don't need any of the other things. And then all that fills up this cool little Fairy Gauge, which lets me tell the fairy to just do a cool healing beam on someone. Give Nero a healing beam. Isn't that cool? Oh, I like it. And I can tell her to stop if I want to save the rest of that meter. Start healing him again. Oh, that's going to be fun to play with. I like this meter. Also, if you want your fairy sitting in a particular spot, there are commands to tell them to move somewhere. So you can keep on that if you really want to micromanage your pet. It's nice to just put them right in the middle of a boss room, so that they've got a good range on their heals. Come back, fairy. Thank you all. That's kind of the basics. You've got like some basic heals that give people shields, some basic damage dealing things, and then stuff that gives you cool shiny green things that you can spend on cool abilities. And it's up to you what you spend these 3 on. As long as you don't let them just sit there for ages, because that's just a waste. So Scholar is tough to play because it has a lot of situational stuff, I find. Nero, can you please settle down? You're being annoying. Gonna break combat. Thank you. Yeah, Scholar gets a lot of very situational stuff, I find. Oh, that's right. No, there is one more thing you can use your gauge on. It's kind of important, and sorry I forgot it. It's the big shield, which is kind of the thing Scholar's known for, putting up shields. How did I forget that? That's interesting because for AoE healing, you get to choose between are you putting up a shield beforehand or are you healing up people afterwards. But this has a cooldown, so I assume you would want to use this and then this. Yeah. Cat alarm. Gonna feed the cat in a second. Yeah, so then you've got a lot of situational stuff that the Scholar gets. So, Fey Illumination. This is a pretty easy cooldown to use. It just increases healing magic done by everyone by 10% and reduces magic damage taken. Just a nice group cooldown. Yep, I do more healing now. Easy. But then you've got stuff like Oh, are you okay, mate? Okay. But then you've got stuff like deployment tactics. Extends galvanize effect cast on self or target to nearby party members. And trying to get good use of that is a little tricky. So essentially it extends somewhat like one person's shield to everyone nearby. And I had a lot of trouble getting good use out of this because the range on it was tiny, but they increased it to 15 yards. So I'm going to give myself some shields, and then I pop deployment tactics on myself, and it should spread that to Nero. Yeah, now Nero's got a shield. So that's tricky to make good use of that. Long cooldown. You really want to figure out when you want to use this versus just giving everyone a shield with this, with AoE healing. It's a very situational thing. Another situational thing is emergency tactics. So this is a thing you can pop at any time, which it makes your next heal, instead of giving a shield, it just does raw healing. Which is... I'm still figuring out what I would want this for. It seems very situational. So this thing that normally gives a big shield, it just does raw healing now. It seems like it's only for like specific mechanics where you need to get someone's health up. But I don't know. It makes me feel like I'm not using it right. That's another... Yeah, it's just some very situational stuff to think about. Then we've got Dissipation, which makes your fairy go away for a bit. And then just gives you 3 extra things to use. So just 3 extra shiny things to spend on stuff. Also a healing magic boost. Just nicer if the tank's taking a ton of damage, you can pop that and then just keep using Lustrate or whatever on them. And I think the final thing is Chain Stratagem. This is the thing that makes everyone bring a Scholar, I think. Increases the rate at which target takes critical hits by 10% for 15 seconds. So you throw that on a boss and everyone crits at 10% more for 15 seconds. That's a lot. You pair that with everyone's damage cooldowns and they're very happy. It looks cool too. It's like I'm bringing up computer screens, which is weird, but I love it. Yeah, now it just takes more crits. So that just makes everyone happy and see big numbers, which, you know, as a healer, you want to keep everyone happy. That's what you do as a healer, so that's a cool ability. Scholar's fine, but it feels like the weakest of the healers, with maybe the exception of Sage. Because like Scholar and Sage are the 2 barrier healers as well, so they can do things that that White Mage and Astrologian simply can't. So it is very interesting, especially balance-wise. I don't know how they balance that kind of thing. But yeah, it's cool. Scholar's a cool healer. I find it gets really fun pretty early on because you get access to this meter like before level 50. So before you reach level 50, you're already playing around with using Aether Flow to get your cool green things, and then you do a quick heal on the tank, and you throw up a barrier. Whoops, that's not the barrier. That's the barrier. Yeah, so you get this mechanic very early, so that's why I found Scholar more fun than White Mage at early levels. That's just personally speaking, though. It does get very complicated, though, with just very situational stuff, like emergency tactics and deployment tactics. Very tricky to use, but it does seem very rewarding if you get good at this class. It's got just nice aesthetics too, just shiny healing laser beam. Very cool. Yeah, I like Scholar. I need to play more of it. It's just so different from the other healers. It just like what it can do, how it reacts to things. Yeah. It's a cool healer though, I really like it. You like Scholar because it's more than just casting Medica 2 and doing your DPS rotation? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, as a White Mage, Medica 2 is just so strong. yeah, Scholar has a lot of different answers if there's AoE damage going out. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to put down a barrier. Pre-heal with Sucker, or do I want to use Whispering Dawn to get my fairy to heal everyone? A lot of different ways to approach the situation. It's kind of figuring out what's the best if you want to min-max. It's a cool class. I think the issue is they need to pre-heal, and most people kind of don't. Yeah. Yeah, see, that guy agrees. Yeah! You know, people that are good with them are good healers. Unlike... Aww. Yeah, there's I think a lot of sages are people who are new to healing in general, I think is the issue with Sage at the moment. A lot of people were using Sage as their first healer, and then going into, like, Stormblood dungeons and having a bad time. Because Stormblood dungeons are not easy to heal. But yeah, just the general concept of absorbing damage taken before it's even taken, rather than having someone take damage and then healing it up. But the concept of absorbing that damage before it lands it's just a very powerful concept. It essentially increases that person's HP temporarily, and it can let them survive stuff they otherwise wouldn't. And hey, here is a bunny boy. Get the bunny boy. Bunny boy. Yeah, so it's a pretty cool healer in terms of, like, if you want to prepare things. Prepare before the boss does a big thing. Yeah, there's a lot of different preparation stuff you can do. I should feed the cat. From what you've heard, Sage kind of throws you in the deep end. Yeah, it starts at level 70, actually. Yeah, level 70. So if I want to try out Sage, I'm just like, I'm just going to do a leveling dungeon. I could get thrown into freaking Bardam's Metal and have no idea what I'm doing. Whereas what you should do if you're not sure what to do is you just queue up for one of these, where you only have like 5 abilities, and you'll be able to learn the class from low levels up. Alright, I'm gonna feed this cat. The cat alarm went off, but she didn't show up. Let's set it off again. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. She coming. Oh, little baby. Hello. Hello, sweetie. Rah. How you doing? Mwah. Hello, sweetie. How you doing? You feeling better? She was sick earlier. Weren't you? Yeah, you was sick. Well, let's feed her and see how she goes. I tried crafting yet? Yeah, I'm enjoying crafting. I did a bunch of armor smithing the other day. My armor smith is level 69. Nice. I go AFK. That's right, this isn't a very good place to go AFK, is it? Oh, well, we're about to do Astrologian, so let's just teleport over to good old Foundation and enjoy the lovely Foundation music while I go feed cats. Idling camera. Cat camera. And I shall be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, I'm back. Hello. Oh, it's so nice hearing this music again. I love this city so much. Just all of Heavenswood. Loved it. You're an Omnicrafter as of Shadowbringers, working on Endwalker? Nice. Congrats. I'm getting there. I'm an Omnicrafter for Realm Reborn and Heavenswood. I haven't finished leveling through Stormblood, not Shadowbringers. Getting there though. Been having fun with crafting. Alright, so we're gonna do Astrologian. Whee! Astrologian. I really like Astrologian. It has the potential to take over White Mage as my main healer. It still has the potential, honestly. It's a fun class. Alright, what's going on in the story, though? Scholar Astrologian! Yeah, so the Astrologian school of magic we use is from Sharlayan. And it's been brought over by Lady Leveva, I believe her name is. So she's our mentor. And Jannequinard is the astrologian here in Ishgard, he's one of her students. He's not great at it. He focuses more at the political side of things in trying to get this school of astrology accepted in this city because, well, it's not widely accepted here. People here are very set in their ways. Yeah, and there were a lot of people who were trying to capture Lady Leveva. A lot of conspiracies going on. People trying to stop us from sharing this knowledge here. Yeah, we're supposed to hold a symposium to show people, to teach people about this school of astrology, but well, no one showed up. And Leveva's father, he came over to this place quite a while ago. I forget how long ago it was, but he was friends with Jannequinard, and he was murdered. Leveva is stabbed by a Sharlayan disguised. Ui. Yeah, people from Sharlayan were trying to kill Leveva. They killed her father to prevent him from sharing this knowledge, and they were trying to kill her too. Because they're jerks. It appears still more knights require expected benefit. We had a lot of quests where we were healing knights. We found out who was behind her father's murder. Someone named Sylvester. I don't remember who that was. Someone from Sharlayan. Oh yeah, Sylvester could manipulate time itself? I kind of forgot about that. Oh yeah, we got some dirt on Sylvester. And so I believe we've blackmailed him. Yeah, we've blackmailed him to report that Leveva's dead, and so she can keep doing what she's doing in peace. Jannequinard plans to finally unlock the remaining heavens. Okay, this is pretty funny. Upon returning to Ishgard, you learn that Lady Leveva has taken the name of her father Rufin and plans to continue his legacy. Jannequinard plans to finally unlock the remaining heavens, and Quimperane, Jannequinard's servant, he is most likely stuck doing the same thing he always has: suffer his master. Yeah, Quimperane was just a knight who was accompanying us through most of it. He's just a servant of Jannequinard. Alright, let's go pick it up where we left off. Level 60, East meets West. So we'll see where it goes from here. As far as we know, Leveva's now safe from assassination attempts. She's taken on a new name to her father's name to protect herself. And everything's happy and hunky-dory. Everything's fine. Nothing's going to go wrong at all. Lord Rufin will soon find that her disguise has not fooled anyone. A quick cut and tousle doesn't change the fact that her hair is still purple. Yep, the other astrologers here are still douchebags who don't like us at all. I may have been hasty in my judgment of Sharlayan Astrology, as it appears more than simple fortune-telling. Recent happenings. In between her training of the House Durandare Knights, Lord Rufin has been travelling the countryside, visiting camps and outposts, doling out succour to those in need, spreading the word of Sharlayan Astrology without actually saying a word. And Lord Jannequinard? Little has changed. He still comes in after the zenith and leaves before the 16th bell. But there are times I catch him practicing a spell or two, when he believes no one is watching. Perhaps I was wrong to judge him, as perhaps I was wrong to judge Sharlayan Astrology. East meets west. Jannequinard has something to say, and that glint behind his monocle suggests it's important. Top of the morning to you, Melchan. Or is it the evening? It is so hard to tell, locked up here in the Athenium day and night. Alright. Technically speaking, I can leave at any time of my choosing, but it is as if some strange force prevents me for stepping forth into the light. But enough of that. You were here to learn what became of your humble companions while you were off saving the realm. Well, since Ishgard's quite abrupt change in leadership, the Vault has become somewhat more receptive to the contemporary ideas of Master Rufin. They have even asked our compatriot in disguise to hold for them another symposium on Sharlayan Astrology, and this time within the city-state proper, and not at some forsaken hamlet. Nothing against the fine citizenry of Falcon's Nest, mind you. In fact, the good Rufin has foreseen your arrival in the stars, and awaits you in the observatorium. The look on your face tells me you are less than convinced. Still the skeptic after all we have been through together, eh? Allow me to recreate this morning's reading. In the centre of the Dawn Cross we have the spear. To its left, the inverted arrow. To its right, the inverted balance. Beneath we have the inverted spire and the inverted bowl. And finally at the crown is the ewer. Well? Do you not see it? It is as plain as the stench of day-old piss in the broom on the balmy summer's eve. That's quite a way to put it. Though peace hath settled upon our great land, it will be along the path of coming destruction that friends new and old shall discover the bush that doth bear the fruit of knowledge and hope. And to think it was you who were tuned to all 6 heavens. In other words, she who brought peace to Ishgard, that would be you, will walk the road south to the observatorium where, I don't know, you shall read some books with Lady Leveva to discover a new spell for delivering excruciating pain to your enemies and their families. It all sounded more convincing when she explained it to me this morning over that bottle of wine. Or was it 2 bottles? At any rate, I would suggest you make haste. You know how our little protege does not take kindly to those who make her wait. It was good seeing you again, Melchan. And something tells me you will be back again soon. Wink. I like Jannequinard. The Dawn Cross uses all 6 of the major arcana to tell a person's fortune. The cards are shuffled and drawn one at a time. The first card drawn is placed face up in the scrying table's centre. This card is also known as the core and represents the subject's present state. The second card is placed immediately to the core's left and represents what, in the past, has exerted influence over the subject. The third card is placed immediately to the right of the core and represents what will most affect the subject in the near future. A fourth card is placed below the core, with a fifth card placed immediately below that one. These cards represent misfortune the subject may face in the foreseeable future, and the root of that misfortune respectively. The sixth and final card is placed directly above the core to form the cross, and is representative of the subject's overall fortune. Or at least, that is what it said in that tome I copied it from. Words are hard. On introductory astrology. Well, he's been studying. Good. Would you believe that the Observatorium has requested the drafting of new constellation-based celestial charts to supplement those we have used for the past 4 centuries? Of course you would. It was you and Lord Jannequinard who started this chaos. And I don't regret it one bit. Oh, Observatorium. Oh, there. Okay. Bye. Oop. Meow. Gloomy day over here. Someone's flying around on a cloud. Hey, Leveva. I like her too. I like the astrology characters. Friend and fellow astrologian, it is so good to see you again. What has it been? 2, 3? Let us just say that it has been too long. Did Jannequinard speak to you of my reading? Well, then there is hope for that well-dressed dullard yet, though I've learned the key to success is not entrusting him with more than one task at a time, and making certain that task does not require much in the way of thinking. Or acting, for that matter. As for the reading, I believe it instructs as to our next step in spreading the knowledge of... Master Rufin, an injured traveller has arrived at our gate seeking succour. An ill omen. With me, Melchan. Please, I can walk no further. The stars were kind in guiding you to this place. The astrologians here have ways of easing one's hurts. Astrologians? I have no need of prophecy or prognostication. Or I could stay my tongue and allow you to tend to my wounds. My apologies. May you have a quick recovery, friend. In time you will come to believe the power the stars wield. Master Rufin. Melchan's felicitous return inspires me to step out for a breath of fresh air. And behold, already does it appear a new adventure is upon us. I was hoping he would show up again. And here I was thinking you made the journey south to lend your talents in preparing for the forthcoming symposium. Master Rufin, or was it Lady Leveva? If I may, allow me to give you my thanks, and my apologies for earlier. I have a tendency to allow your unbridled emotions to get the best of you. That was amazing! You knew what I was going to say, before I even said it. But where are my manners? I'm Kyokuho of Hingashi, and have braved storm and sea to learn of the many wonders it is said are to be found in this magnificent realm. But you already knew that, didn't you? No, I did not. Now, if you would excuse me, I must get back to, matters, which are important. Important matters? Such as astrological matters? Could you show me? I wouldn't be a burden. I'd stand in the corner, in the shadows, behind a curtain. While I appreciate the somewhat forced enthusiasm, I'm afraid that won't be Oh, I was merely hoping that we might be able to share insight into each other's fields. Each other's fields? You wouldn't happen to be a geomancer, would you? A geomancer? So-called masters of wind and water. My grandfather had a tome written on the far eastern art of elemental and directional divination, though much of it seemed little more than folklore. Lady Leveva, Did not the morning's reading mention friends new and old? What if Melchan were the friend old, and this peculiar little man the friend new? The spear pointing west, the balance pointing east, the arrow pointing in all directions and none. It might just mean... Kyokuho, though it pains me so to admit as much, it appears your arrival has been foretold. Perhaps there is much that I can learn from you. Nay, that we can learn from each other. Haha! Oh, but there it is! Soon you will learn the push and pull of the elements brings together those who require companionship most. Yes, the elements. We'll have to discuss that further at another juncture. For the time being, I'm placing you in the care of my first and foremost pupil, Melchan. An excellent proposal. Or as I believe the Hinguns say, Keikaku. I dabbled a bit in the language when I was younger, but for the life of me that ebon-haired emissary would not afford me even a sidelong glance. Then might I hazard that there is no finer place to begin unlocking the secrets of the stars than under the bowl near Roots Lake? I shall even lead the good Kyokuho to the South Shroud myself, if Melchan agrees to do the rest. After you, then. Next we meet, Kyokuho, you will have opened the first gate, and better understand the influence the stars hold over all of us. Safe journeys. Okay. Gonna help this guy learn astrology. If this all goes according to plan, or Keikaku, or whatever... Is this a reference to that meme about Keikaku means plan? I like it. Or Keikaku, or whatever, then not only will the Easterner teach me his people's secrets, but he will help spread the art of my homeland across the 3 great continents to the far shores of Othard. Keikaku means plan. No? Yes. Hey Blazing Blade, you love the FF14 localizers a whole lot. They did a really good job, it's hilarious. Alright, yeah, this is where we went for our first gate, wasn't it? My lady, it is an honour to defend you once again. It all begins here, under the earthly stars. By opening the gate to the first heaven, we embark on a journey to self-enlightenment, to self-betterment, to unlock secrets untold. Finishing that journey, now, is another matter altogether. There you are. I was beginning to wonder if you hadn't been eaten by the hoverflies on your way here. But I jest. Jannequinard tells me that you are quite the authority on all things relating to the bowl. So enlighten me, O Honourable Sensei. I am, as you Westerners say, all eyes. Or was it ears? What will you explain? The bowl's origin, the bowl's blessing. Origin? And Eorzeans believe it is from this tree planted by your gods in the very heavens that all life was born? Fascinating. So this is your bowl. In the Far East, we know of the constellation as something different, but know it all the same. I must admit, however, that seeing it under a different sky than my own fills my heart with a sense of both wonderment and now confusion, knowing what it represents to your people. What I cannot wrap my head around is that you would truly believe a notion so foolish as that the power of earth, a word that by your own definition means soil, would not come from the land itself, but rather from 6 tiny lights flickering in the night skies. We students of geomancy believe that such power naturally lies beneath our feet, ever flowing through creation, as blood does through our veins. Yet, despite the differences in our thinking, the similarities are encouraging. All trees are born of the earth, and their protection is universal. A most thought-provoking opinion that I am certain Lady Leveva will be delighted to hear. Though might I suggest you withhold the part about being unable to wrap your head around our foolish notions? Unless you enjoy having a steel-toed boot wedged firmly twixt the bollocks. Ahem. Shall we be going then? By this hour, Lady Leveva will have already made the journey back to the Athenaeum. The whole dread gazebo thing in the 3.x Hildy quests. That was great. Oh, we've got tension weather. Odin's coming. Odin's coming. Dread weather's very creepy. Not dread weather, tension weather. That's Odin's weather. Have a quick zoom around, see if I can see him. I don't know if he's spawned yet, or if this is like the warning that he will spawn. No music. Creepy. Bum 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 bum. He could be in any of the 4 shroud areas though, so... Or is it 5? I don't remember. I need music. This is very creepy. Of course, there isn't music at night in Realm Reborn areas. Still creepy though. I'll check his little home. Not here. Oh, anyway. Astrologian quests. I've killed Odin a bunch of times before. I was just curious if I could find him. Bum, bum, bum. Is Kyokuho. I was just speaking with these fine ladies regarding their thoughts on the Sharlayan School of Astrology. Your name came up quite often. Everyone here seems to think very highly of you. Of Jannequinard? The Athenaeum headmaster has ordered me to begin training in Sharlayan Astrology. What, I asked, did I do to deserve this fate? And don't you tell me Sharlayan Astrology can show me the answer. Our Far Eastern friend has quickly become acquainted with many of the Athenaeum's female apprentices, who all seem smitten with his exotic locks and trappings. Not that I am jealous. Why would I be jealous? I am of House Durandare, third in line to my uncle's title. Or was it second? The most eligible bachelor in all the sea. Leveva? Over there. My thanks for taking the Hingarn off my hands, and not because I think our visitor an annoying little braggart with all the manners of a kobold foundling, which I still do, but because I needed the time to finish my work without distraction. So tell me, what did I miss? I see. Perhaps I judged Kokuho too hastily. I shall have my reservations, but I shall afford him the benefit of the doubt. For now. The teachings of geomancy may be grounded in fairy tales and falsehoods, but my grandfather told me that every lie is born of the truth. If I can find the truth within Kokuho's backwards beliefs, it may provide insight into our own school of thought. I see now that my choice to assign you as his tutor was a wise decision, but I ask this of you, Melchan. I promise that once the symposium is ended, I shall assume the duties of Kokuho's tutelage. I sense good fortune in our stars, my friend. Good fortune indeed. Wow, referring to his beliefs as backwards. That was 63. Bum, bum, bum. Why, hello, Melchan. If you haven't noticed, the Athenaeum is practically abuzz with talk of wind, water, and the optimal position of your bed pillows if you wish to avoid ill fortune in commerce. In other words, it hasn't changed since Kokuho arrived. Okay. Greetings. I know that Lady Leveva asked you to help me train, but since you were not around, I took it upon myself to open a few more of those pesky gates on my own. I hope you don't mind. Oh. Okay. Sure. 63. Ride like the wind. Lady Leveva has something to ask of her favourite pupil. Melchan, I see you received my summons. You didn't receive my summons? 12 damn that Jannequinard to the 7th hell and back. He is going to... Oh, forgive me. There shall be sufficient time for the condemnation of his soul after 11th bell tarts. For now, I must speak to you of Kokuho's training. Despite appearances, and attitude, and manners, and courting habits, our traveller from the east has proven quite motivated in his study of our ways. In fact, while you were off doing whatever it is you do, he successfully opened the next 4 gates of heaven. Anyway, preparations for the symposium have left me with little time to pick the boy's mind, but I have nevertheless managed to firmly grasp the primitive concept of geomancy. In fact, I plan on incorporating several of the ideas as anecdotes into my presentation. It is what my father would have wanted. Now, as to why I have called you here. Kokuho is very close to attuning to the final heaven, the spear, and I think it only fitting that his instructor be there to accompany him during his finest moment. And because I am obviously too occupied at the moment, I thought perhaps you could join him in my stead. Then it is settled. You shall guide young Kokuho on his final steps to glory and enlightenment, just as I did you those many moons ago. Follow me outside, Melchan, and let us bring our friend the good tidings together. Okay, he's tearing through his astrologian quests, apparently. Am I bitter that it took Kokuho all of a single moon to open 5 gates? Am I bitter that he accomplished in a blink of an eye what it took me near 20 summers? No, not bitter at all. See, I'm even smiling. Verily. Ah, shit. Where is he? When Chief Astrologian Fallamort assigned me here for further training, I knew my accidental killing of his cat in that experiment with the earthly star was not to be forgiven. Oh, well, But now that Lady Leveva's teachings have garnered the attention of the Vault, it appears our stars have finally risen. The arrival of the brilliant and talented and handsome and talented Kokuho is just further proof of this. That is odd. I could have sworn he was right here but a moment ago. Fleury, have you seen Kokuho? Fleury, are you even listening to me? If it is our Hingun novitiate you seek, he hurried out the Athenium's side entrance not 5 heartbeats past. He was quite animated, even more than usual. A veritable one-man mummer's tragedy, all full of jumping and flailing and pumping of fists. What could have unsettled the boy so? I suppose it might have been that letter I handed him. It was delivered just this morning. Kokuho skimmed over it quickly, asked me several cursory questions about the Heaven of Ice, to which I gave several cursory answers, and then was gone. And you did not try and stop him? Why would I? He was leaving. If my intuition is correct, and it usually is, something in that missive has led Kokuho to believe that he does not have much time left in Eorzea, and so has set out for the Steel Vigil, that he might open the final gate and complete his training before he departs our realm. Melchan, it looks as if our plan is already set in motion. To the Central Highlands. Something tells me Lady Leveva is correct in her assumption about Kokuho's whereabouts. Something indeed. Between you and me, I've never been that skilled at astrology. 2 winters here and I still haven't opened a single heaven. I can't even spell half of the ridiculous terms we're supposed to memorize. But since the arrival of that mysterious Easterner, I seem to have found a renewed interest in his body. My studies. You got anything new? Do you know how long it took me to accept Sharlayan Astrology as a legitimate school of knowledge? And now you are asking me to accept the teachings of this Far Eastern flake. I should have been a machinist. This has been a lot of fun so far. Cat covers the moon. It's probably an ill omen in astrology, huh? Uh-oh. Dragons! Bum, ba, bum. Boom goes the star. Hello, you okay? Got attacked by dragons. Mo-chan, This is the second time you have saved me from my folly. Well, technically speaking, it is the first. You were merely standing around as Lady Leveva healed my wounds last time. Right, I'll stop there. I know it makes little sense to leave without saying anything, despite the fact you, Lady Leveva, and Jannequinard all were but mere yalms from where I stood. But some stories are already told, and who are we to struggle against the ebb and flow that carry us ever toward our fates? Alright, that was a poor excuse. The truth is, I have been summoned back to my homeland, and was too ashamed to face those who had showed me so much support. And so I thought to come here, open the gate to the final heaven, and then take the next trading galley out of Ul'dah before any of you realised I was gone. As you can see, things did not unfold as planned. But since you were here, perhaps we could have one last lesson, for old time's sake. The Spear's origins, the Spear's blessings. I should do the origins, because I did the bowl origins. A palace of ice, set ablaze with the light of the moon. And you say it was carved by a single spear? Remarkable. It is as if the more I learn of your stars, the less I know. To think this may be the last I ever see of your heavens. I'm beginning to understand why your people treasure them so. And with the opening of the 6th, I have prepared my mind and soul for the 7th, the final gate that leads to true dominion over the elements. Or so Lady Leveva insists. Our conversations have been eye-opening, to say the least. She theorises that our two schools may actually be one and the same. Whereas astrologians look to the stars above to read their fates, we geomancers look to the star below and listen to its songs, and draw our answers from its whispers. While I am certain my masters back in Hingashi would cringe upon hearing that a Westerner of not 20 summers believes she has grasped 1,000 generations of teaching, I am more willing to indulge her eccentricities now that I know she means no ill will. I only wish we would have had more time to possibly see if there was some way we could have combined our knowledge to create something new, something the world has never before seen. And with that, I bid you, Lady Leveva, Quimperain, Mugweniel, Soft-Skinned Fleuret, Sweet-Lipped Huriet, that tall chap on the 2nd floor, always mumbling about some star's magnitude, even Jannequinard, the fondest of farewells. I have a long journey ahead of me, and if I do not leave now, I fear I will never be able to. Well, I think we're going to be heading over to see him in his homeland. Shoo! If Lady Leveva catches you speaking with me before you have reported to her, she'll have my head, thinking that it was I who made you come to me first. You are back, but I do not see Kyokuho. Is he out fawning over Fleuret again? Back to Hingashi? I cannot say this was unexpected. The deck of 60 told me as much this morning. That, and I asked Jannequinard what was written in the letter. What, you thought him above reading another's correspondence? You give him far too much credit where none is due. Kyokuho is not a child. He knew what coming to Eorzea would entail, and he knew that he would one day need to return to his homeland. And while we may not have always agreed, almost never agreed, I did come to respect the man and his, steely resolve. Allow him his space. If the stars deem it fitting, then he will be back. Or perhaps next it will be our turn for a journey over storm and sea. He's gone? And without saying goodbye? I cannot believe it! I will not believe it! Oh, what I would not give to have but one last moment with my brother, my soulmate, my... Lady Leveva told you I read his letter? Oh, well then. Yes, it will pain me to tell the other novitiates that Kyokuho has returned to his native lands, far away on the other side of the world. I may even need to personally comfort those most stricken with grief by his sudden and tragic departure. But truth be told, I am going to miss having the Hingan around. He certainly did liven the place up. Godspeed, Kyokuho. May your return journey leave you miserable and wet, but see you safely home. Oh, Jesus. Now that Kyokuho is gone, it is back to assisting the Lady Leveva with her preparations for the symposium. At least the work keeps my mind off his ass. I mean, my mind on the stars. Oh my god, this questline is hilarious. He's gone, and he didn't even say goodbye. Now I look up into the heavens and all I see is the black of the void. Even the stars refuse to smile anymore. Aww. So Kyokuho said something about the chap on the second floor always mumbling about the position of stars. Yeah, talking about this guy. The star has changed its magnitude from 4 to 5. 65. Come rain or shine. Jannequinard appears ill. Could it be he is recovering from another long evening at the Forgotten Night? Or is something else disturbing the Viscount? While your visit fills my heart with joy, Mo-chan, I cannot bring myself to smile, knowing that the Lady Leveva is troubled so. Though she should be spending these final days before the symposium, placing the final touches on her address to the vault, she instead spends her time wondering about the pillars in a daze, mumbling to herself about earth, wind and water. I fear that Kyokuho's departure has left a gap in Lady Leveva's heart that she knows not how to fill. I have tried at length to set her mind at ease, but one need not be a reader of stars to guess how well that ended. Perhaps if you spoke with her, she would finally listen to reason. Lady Leveva could be anywhere in the pillars. Perhaps it would be best if we search for her separately. I shall inform you via link pearl if I happen across her first. You're not going to leave this spot, are you? Nope. Find her in the pillars. She could be anywhere, but probably where that red circle is. No, brother's not here anymore. He's busy with story stuff. Hello. Melchan? To what do I owe the honour? No, let me guess. Our good friend Jannequinard had asked you to talk some sense into poor, addle-pated Leveva. And oh, goody. Today I have the privilege of being lectured by both of you. Why, Lady Leveva and Melchan, imagine finding you two out here this fair morning. Enough of the theatrics, Jen. I know your play here, and as I have told you time and again, I have not forgotten my duty to the Athenaeum or my obligations to the Symposium. I simply need time to think. Alone. To which I keep replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds in the realm at your disposal? And Melchan. The greatest minds, eh? Then riddle me this. Why are the results of my reading from that day, both Melchan and Kyokuho arrived, still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I am missing, or rather misinterpreting, some devilishly important detail? Peace comes, friends are made, dangerous paths are trodden, knowledge is gained. Did that not already occur? Kyokuho and Melchan both arrive as the Dragon Song War ends. Melchan saves Kyokuho from death at the Still Vigil, and knowledge of geomancy is shared with the Athenaeum. Yes, but what if the coming destruction told by the inverted spire was not the incident at the Citadel, but something else? Something far more grave. Then that would mean the prophecy's fruit of knowledge and hope was not Kyokuho's stories of his art, but something different. Something we'll only see by continuing on this perilous path? But is it truly the path that is disastrous, or our decision to pursue it? I've no idea what you're talking about. What's my interpretation of the cards? At the end of the path of disaster is hope. To seek hope would be disastrous. A big promotion is just around the corner. I'm sorry, I gotta go with that one. A big promotion is just around the corner. I know you are merely trying to ease my mind with humour, but this isn't the time for jests. If we are to understand where our fates lie, we must try and comprehend the signs we are given. And I believe those signs point to the pursuit of hope in the face of disaster. And I believe the disaster in question has something to do with Kyokuho's return home, if not the return itself. It could also mean that our friend is in danger. I see where you are going with this, and while I loved our red-robed ruckus rouser as much as anyone, excepting Fleury perhaps, a journey at this time would mean the cancellation of our symposium, and with that, any chance of the Holy See ever taking us seriously. And now you can see why I've been up here day and night biting my nails to the quick. I apologise. A lack of sleep can work ill on one's humours, but I think your intervention here today may have provided me a solution to our predicament. A solution that I am now kicking myself for not having come to earlier. A solution I myself proposed not days ago, when deciding how I might attend Kyokuho's opening of the Sixth Heaven. Melchan will travel to Hingashi. The reading did only mention friends old and friends new. I recall nothing in there about silver-haired astrologians from Sharlayan. But how do you propose Melchan find our charge? The Far East is a big place. Perhaps we could write a letter? Yes, and address it to Kyokuho Hingashi. No, you dullard. We have something far better. We have the stars, and our undying faith that they will guide us to that which we seek. Or Melchan could start her search in Kugane, the port city from which Kyokuho claimed he came, focusing on locations which serve as exceptional venues for stargazing, a pastime our friend warmed to during his stay with us. Or Melchan could... No, wait. That is actually a decent proposal. Melchan, you have your quest. May the stars guide you true. Oh, and I will expect reports. Many reports. Jan, let us return to the prepper. Maybe after a few bells rest first. I like how she calls him Jan. or Janne. I'm just going to say Jan. Travel to Kugane! Hoorah! Oh, also I found out you can actually see Edmund in here now. He's just hanging out here. Just say hi. Hi! Ah, a welcome sight in these troubled times. Though I suspect it will not be long before you are ushered away on some urgent business. Still, you are more than welcome to rest here for as long as you wish. Oh, thank you. Mistress Angura, my apologies, miss. I meant to go and visit you in the infirmary, but... Well, I'm glad to see you up and about. Hi. I just realised I didn't open my scholar chest of scholar gear. I'll do that once we're done with the Astrologian quests. We'll check out both the new sets of gear. I totally forgot. I'm gonna go say goodbye before I teleport across the world. I've got a lot of rested XP. Gonna do some trust dungeons tonight. Have some fun. Thank you, Melchan, for helping me convince Lady Leveva to return. However, if your journey does not bear fruit, I fear we may find ourselves back in the same boat as before. Not a real boat, mind you. A proverbial one. You, on the other hand, will be on a real one, and then a proverbial one. Thank you, Jannequinard. I am free once again to focus on the task at hand. Jan can be an annoying, pretentious, stubborn, pompous, mutton-headed lout, but I respect and cherish his desire to see my father's legacy preserved. To Kugane! Whoosh! Bum, bum, bum. Oop. It's raining. Probably not a good time for stargazing then. It'll be fine. She'll be right. Hello. Kugane is packed like a warehouse with multi-storied hostels and tea houses, so the cobbles will never afford a man a decent view of the stars. No. If you want to see the heavens in all their glory, you must needs make your way up. Take this bridge behind me. There, atop that mighty span, the stars await. She faces directly west of Kugane Castle, out towards the Ruby Tide and Othard beyond. It is said her location was determined by a great geomancer, who told the first Bugo placing it there would ensure the city's prosperity for generations to come. You know what would be a good place for stargazing? Up the very top of this. Get going. Who am I talking to? Me? I'm not climbing that. Well, I already did, actually. I did that sightseeing spot. It was quite an adventure. And I do not wish to attempt to repeat it. Because I don't think I can. Not in any reasonable amount of time, anyway. Hello, alluring lady. When I wish to walk under the stars, I go with my promised to the Tassogade Bridge spanning yon pier. The melting of crimson into indigo is a sight you will not soon forget. Okay. Bunny boy! There's bunny boys everywhere. I wonder how many friggin' Fantasias they sold right after Endwalker launched. Cunning consort. Most of all those who work in shipping or in trade will keep a geomancer on retainer, whom they call upon before making any significant business decision. They say that behind every wealthy man flows both wind and water. Any respectable merchant knows that without the sage counsel of a geomancer, their business is like to fail. But said counsel does not come cheap. If it is ours you seek, we can provide you with a reading in 3 moons' time. That is, unless you pay the expedition fee. If it is the stars you seek, then you need only look up. But if it is a fool you seek, one who calls himself a master of wind and water, when in fact he is nothing more than a cheat, a liar, and a disgrace to our noble profession, then perhaps you might find the rat where all rats hide, near the piers. You'd be wise to not allow that one your ear. He is liable to fill it with tales of woe and ruin in an attempt to cozen you out of your hard-earned coin. Coin that will be better spent on the talents of a true geomancer. Okay. You just find random Reaper portals around the place now. It's quite a view. I see someone has taken my spot. I may just have to slit her throat and toss her body to the tide. I'm pulling your arm, Melchan. Or was it ear? You Westerners have such odd sayings. What brings you so far from home? A path fraught with disaster? Misfortune? Impending doom? Yes, well, the situation may not be as encouraging as my jovial demeanour suggests. It all began several decades ago, when the Bakufu decided they were opening the port to foreign trade vessels. To accommodate the influx of ships, a section of ancient coastline forest was cleared. However, doing so angered the entity who had guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. A great battle ensued, but claws and fangs were no match for cold steel. Kinko was slain, and the new port completed. Aww. The fox's spirit, however, remained, spoiling our milk, withering our crops, causing storms that dashed ship after ship against our rocky cliffs. In desperation, the Bakufu turned to the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather, Kazan. Kazan used the power of the sea, the skies, and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the city, but ensured that it would prosper. At once, the fortunes of Kugane's citizenry turned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero, and geomancy as the saviour of our nation. Within a matter of moons, the streets were lined with the stalls and tents of would-be seers, the people practically throwing coin at them for their advice and blessings. These pretenders, these charlatans, were not interested in the sacred rites passed down to my great-grandfather from his great-grandfather and his great-grandfather before him. They were not interested in maintaining the barrier that preserved Kugane's luster, and drove back the powers that would see it fall. No, they were more interested in lining their pockets. And now? Now the bonds that hold the barrier in place are about to break, and there is none left with the knowledge to mend them. The knowledge that died with the passing of my grandfather. And so I set out to convince the geomancers of Kugane that only united would we discover the means to save our fair city. That only united would we stave off the darkness and bring lasting prosperity to one and all. That only united would my great-grandfather's legacy live on. Alas, I failed. Branded a deceiver by those very men and women who had grown fat on deceit. Unable to mend the bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action, I stood on this very bridge and thought on an answer. And then I saw it in the setting sun. My answer lay in the west. Kinko is a world fate boss. Oh, interesting. And so I packed my bags and headed to Eorzea, in search of something, anything, that might help me save Kugane. I believe that's something astrology. Now, I believed that's something astrology, but before I could be certain, I was summoned home. This you already know. Since then, I've been coming here every night, hoping the stars might provide me with another revelation, but they remain silent. Melchan, the heavens speak through you. Tell me, what do they say? Solve your own problems? Use geomancy to mend the barrier. Use astrology to restore the barrier. Solve your own problems. Geomancy? Do you actually know geomancy? I admit it was a long story, but did you not hear a single thing that I even said? If I could mend the barrier myself, I wouldn't have travelled halfway across the world in the first place. Wait. But I did travel halfway across the world, and I didn't come home empty-handed. If I learned one thing while in Ishgard, it's that in Western astrology is in many ways a complement to geomancy. Used together, they might just work. After all, you need only use your aspected benefic and you can mend any injury, is that not so? No, really, I'm genuinely asking. The lesson explaining the finer details of the star's power and how to harness it was conveniently scheduled for the day after I returned home. But you know it all. Tell me you can help repair the barrier. Haha, I did it, great-grandfather. I found a way to make things right. Well then, we have no time to lose. My great-grandfather created his barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water and earth to 4 shrines, located at the north, east, south and west ends of the city. It is there the bonds must be repaired. We shall begin with the nearby Westerly Shrine on the short pier. Sure. The Westerly Shrine. Down here. Hi. This is one of the shrines of which I spoke. It may not look like much, but if it were to be destroyed, the entire city would be overrun with large testicled raccoon dogs and flying rainbow cats. Or possibly just angry spirits. My plan is simple. If I'm correct, aspected benefic will intertwine with the barrier's geomantic energies, mending it as easily as it does flesh. We shall wait until nightfall to perform the rite, for the last thing we need is a drunken Ronin, breaking your concentration. Oh, sure. Quickly, check the shrine and tell me its condition. Kyokuho of wind and water. Bum, bum. Well, it's all purple, so that's probably good. It is worse than I thought. The speed with which the bonds deteriorate increases with each passing day. At this rate, they will not survive through the next new moon. Use Aspected Benefic. The magics intertwine, like two halves of a whole. From the heart of the mountain to the eye of the storm, so do the waters flow till lasting bridges form. To the next shrine, we will find it deep in Rakusui Gardens to the south of here. Oh, it's all sparkly. Oh, hey, wait up! I was admiring sparkly. Ba-da. Ba-da. You know what to do. Attune with the shrine to determine the extent of the bond's damage. Spirits! Oh. Servants of the Fox? Our mending of the first westerly bond must have alerted her to our presence. Focus is required to complete the seal, and my heart will not rest easy until these restless spirits are sent back to the land. Now, Mo-chan, before more are summoned. That wasn't so bad. Now step aside. I shall complete the ritual. That's half. At this rate, the barrier will be at full strength before sunrise. Onward to Kagane Castle. Oh god. Hi. It appears I spoke too soon. Kinko knows what we do, and is sending her minions out in force to stay our hands. Try and not stray too far from my side. If not for your safety, for mine. What's that weapon you got? Interesting little tool here. Where are we trying to get to? Castle, okay. Good RNG. I've got all three symbols. Should say hi to what's his name while we're here. I forgot his name. Hancock. There we go. Hello. Don't worry, we're the Ghostbusters. Yes, fight. That's right, they're very weak. We're here. Ah. There's no end to them. I knew that Kugane had a bloody history, but to think this many of the dead still linger. Alright, Melchan, let's put this shrine behind us. I fear every moment we tarry, the stronger Kinko's gaze upon us grows. Be my eyes, friend. I must now concentrate on the anchor. There is but one shrine remaining, the Northerly. As you know, or do not, the north is where all ill fortune gathers. I expect the most resistance there. Prepare yourself. Ah, well that's a great sign. Oh, can't go this way. Go this way, I suppose. That makes some really weirdly cute noises. Oh, there it is. Throw down a star. Look at that pretty star. The fury of the golden fox. Away! Away, foul denizen of the dark! It doesn't hurt to try, does it? Look out! You cannot breathe easy until your magics are cast and I've completed the rite. Hurry! Deep breath, Kyokuho. You can do this. We did it! We repaired my great-grandfather's barrier and thwarted the golden fox. Yes. It's only the level 65 quests. So... wonder what's next. A fine display. Fine indeed. Though, if it were I might have used gravity instead of malefic when the foul creature had... Ah, right. I'll just be staying that tongue of mine again. Gravity is an AoE ability, ya ding dong. Malefic is for single target. Kokuho! I was told there were spirits in the streets. And you arrived just as they are vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, Master Murakumo. The bonds are mended, made whole with Western magics, and a little shoulder grease. Or was it knuckle grease? Dochan? Western magics? Then this Aegean lady is none other. And wait until you see the reinforced bonds. The energies twist together with ours like sun and moon, like darkness and light. They are as one, Master. Then I was right to summon you home. Pardon my intrusion, traveller. I am Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan, and instructor to young Kyokuho. But with Kugane safe, I can now return to Ishgard to complete my training as an astrologian. Huzzah! Absolutely not. While you have mended the weakened bonds for now, their ephemerality remains. Unless you expect your friend here to remain in Kugane for the remainder of her life, we will need to find a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew. But you know as well as I, the secret to laying those bonds died with my grandfather. Not a day goes by that I do not suffer the burden of my ineptitude. Had I shown promise in the art as your grandfather did, perhaps Kazan would have entrusted me with the knowledge as well. But he did not, and now they are both gone. We can lament that which we cannot change, or we can put aside our past failures and seek the path which leads us forward. My master is right. Perhaps there is something in my grandfather's tomes, or perhaps I may still find a way to win over the other geomancers to our cause. There's always hope, is there not? If anything, you've given us time to search for an answer, and for that I am grateful. The city would be as well, if they knew you had saved them from an army of angry race looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones straight to the darkest of hells. That's quite a mental image. In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past the simple one right before his eyes. It may take Kukoho time to realize it, but you are the hope which we seek. In time, you will come to see it as well. What if we tried to make peace with the angry spirit and try to seek forgiveness? Just an idea. Let's say hi to Hancock since we're here. Hi. I must confess, the officers have not been quite the same since Tataru left. They're considerably quieter, for one thing. But don't tell her I said that, alright? You can be certain I will. I mean, they destroyed a bunch of forest. I can see why the fox is not happy. Though it was but a single generation past, the people of Kugane have already forgotten that the prosperity they experience is not the result of some serpent-tongued swindlers, but of the humble efforts of true geomancers, like Kyokuho's great-grandfather. So, I guess this is farewell. Unless, that is, you're staying? You're staying? She's staying! Master, she's staying! What changed your mind? No, don't tell me. Knowing that you will be here with me and Master Murakumo is enough. I was beginning to worry what I would do the next time the city was invaded by Kinko's minions. The Master can barely make his way out of the privy each morning, let alone battle bloodlusting spectres. Now that you mention it, this all reminds me of that reading Lady Leveva conducted the morning I arrived at the observatory. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding their way to hope. Could the stars truly have predicted all this? If so, I'm impressed. I will need to think more on the issue. Until then, might I suggest you continue the refinement of your art here in scenic Hingashi? You will find our beast just as formidable as yours in the west, if not doubly so. Bum 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 bum. Greetings, Melchan. I hope your training has fared better than our search for information. Uh-oh. Behind door number 2. Kokuho is giving you his best "Where have you been, young lady? I've been waiting for days" look. Right here. I have some good news and some bad news, Melchan. The bad news is, a 37th reading of my great-grandfather's tomes failed to reveal anything about the bonds that the previous 36 readings had not. The good news, if you can call it that, is that we did discover where Grandmaster Kazan conducted his training when he was a youth. How does this help us? Good question. I'm still not completely certain myself, but it is more than we had the last time you were here, and an ounce of hope is better than none at all. So, what do you say, friend? Are you up for a journey across the Ruby Sea? Haha, I knew you couldn't turn me down. Still, the road ahead won't be easy. Yangsha is large, and the scars of war run deep along the Gensui chain. It may be that which might have helped us has already been claimed by flame. We'll have to place faith in our fortunes, and hope they guide us true. I've decided we shall begin our search in Namai for the reason that, well, there is no reason, but you have to start somewhere, eh? I shall meet you there. Safe journeys, Melchan. Master Kazan would rarely speak of his youth, but I do recall several instances during my own training where he would treat with visitors from the mainland. I did not dare ask who they were, for we were allowed only to speak when spoken to. But now that I reflect back upon those visits, it might have been that the men were geomancers from Yangsha. Ah, okay. Let's go say hello to Leveva. Give her a status report. Gonna turn the aircon off, getting a bit cold. Bum, 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 bum. There are fates in Yangsha that deal with Kinko and Ginkgo. They tell a very different story than the Geomancers. Is that the... I did fight a big fox fate in, yeah, in Yangsha. I fought a world boss here. Was that the same fox? Does it seem like that was something totally different? Interesting. Yeah, it was like a woman in disguise. Oh yeah, that's right. She was mentioned in the Four Lords questline as well. To keep her mind off Kyukoho's sudden return to his homeland, Lady Leveva has buried herself in the preparations for a symposium, locking herself in her alcove for days on end. Free from her usual nagging, I found myself with a considerable amount of time on my hands, and decided to take up fortune-telling. Allow me to read your fortune. Sure. The bowl, then the spire, then over here goes the inverted arrow, and down here another arrow. Wait, another arrow? Who put 2 arrows in my deck? If I find out who did this... What about my fortune? Alright, never mind. My fortune is 2 arrows. Double arrow. Oh, yeah, I don't think I can talk to Leveva. Oh. Oh well. Ruby Sea. Oh, no, not Ruby Sea. We're just skipping over the Ruby Sea. I wonder if he paid the tithe. That is Kinko? Ah, okay. Interesting that it's a very different story. Hello. The air is heavy with mist, and these shacks probably let in more rain than they keep out. Something like a tome wouldn't survive a single moon here, let alone the decades since my great-grandfather's training. Still, a few words with the village elders provided an interesting bit of information. Though it required some coaxing, several were able to recall memories of robed seers who resided in a nearby temple. A temple that was in use right up until the Garlean invasion and the subsequent banning of all religion. The building, called the Swallow's Compass, while still abandoned, still remains in good repair. But listen to this. The locals avoid it for fear of disturbing the spirits with which they believe the geomancers communed. Do you know what this means? There could still be something left inside. Come. Swallow's Compass. That was a good dungeon. Gonna go have a little adventure in there. Oh, hello, you've got a lovely pumpkin head. That's a good glamour. I like. Gotta remember to check out the Scholar set. Because both of the earlier Scholar sets were amazing. Oh hey, yeah, this is definitely not a fight that we're gonna do here. Spoilers, oh my god. Jeez. You just spoiled the whole thing for me. Now I know I'm gonna fight a big tree monster. The Swallow's Compass. Built during the rule of the first Doman King. I took the liberty to explore the grounds before you arrived, and discovered this door. I know. It pales in comparison to that impressive gate behind us, compelling any normal thief or bandit to dismiss it outright. But then why erect a geomantic field to protect it? I sense the flow of powerful energies here. Whatever lies behind this door, the geomancers wanted to keep it safe. In fact, there may even be traps, which is why only I should attempt the crossing of the threshold. I mean, who knows what terrible guardians have been summoned to protect the temple? Yes, I'm ready. Oh no, it's a big tree. Who would have known? It did a tornado thing and it did nothing. That's funny. Well, I guess now we know what terrible guardians were summoned to protect the temple. You'll also be happy to hear I was able to temporarily nullify the barrier, granting access into the chamber beyond. As there may be more traps, I ask that you wait out here to deal with them for me. Just kidding. I've already checked. There are no more traps. Probably. I like this guy. He's funny. Fortune is with us, Melchan. The scrolls were intact. The barrier having protected them from both the elements and the thieves. It took some searching, but I believe I was able to locate several that touch upon the laying of geomantic bonds. At least I think I was able to. The script on these scrolls is old and faded, not to mention written in a hand far beyond my comprehension. Luckily, Master Murakumo is almost as ancient as the tomes, and should have little difficulty prizing out their secrets. A decanter of 6 of hot sake and he'll warm to the task. I'll see you back at the Shiokaze holstery, Mel-chan. I'll even save your cup. Nice. Whoosh. Oh, where is he? Above? Hello. Welcome back. The scrolls you and Kokuho retrieved from Yangsha were not difficult to decipher. No, what has been difficult is deciding how to use this newfound information. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it going to require like a ritual sacrifice or something? Kokuho, the Westerner has joined us. Might I suggest you do the same? Oh, my apologies, Mel-chan. You may want to sit down for this. Or not. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters, does it? The scrolls. They contained knowledge of the complete ritual. In fact, it was in the very first one. Just our luck, right? Wind, water, earth. Creation of the bonds calls for the energies of all three. Though this much even a first-year novice of geomancy could tell you. No. What gave us pause was the mention of a fourth energy. An energy to render the seal permanent. Kokuho. Life! Oh, I was joking! I was joking! I was joking! Don't you see, Mel-chan? They spilled living blood to complete the ritual. They damned a soul to an eternity without peace, so that their magics would not fade. I now understand why Grandmaster Kazan left no notes on the rites. He did not wish this knowledge to fall in the wrong hands. And because he never performed the rites himself, the bonds anchoring the barrier around Kugane were never completed, and that is why they require constant attention. No blood was spilled to make them everlasting. My great-grandfather would not sacrifice even a single life to achieve his ends, and neither will I. That's enough, Kokuho. There will be time to think on this with the morrow. Return to Kugane Dori, and see if you can find some solace in sleep. I do not fault my master for keeping this dark secret from me. The burden would have been far too much for me to bear. But then, why tell Kokuho's grandfather? Hey, these geomancers are still here. Just as every rose has its thorn, so too does this city have its share of cheats and pretenders. This goes doubly so for our population of geomancers. The worst offender? That charlatan who claims the blood of the Grandmaster Kazan, the greatest geomancer to ever live and serve the Bakufu. Wear his honeyed tongue, lest you find your purse a stone's weight lighter. Or, I could slap you, you piece of shit. Gotcha. Fucking got him. He'll be feeling that for days. I've failed, just as did my great-grandfather, and my grandfather after him. We all knew the one means of creating a flawless barrier, and none of us could bring ourselves to do it. And lo, the bonds we fortified but several nights past. Already had they begun to loosen and fray. They were weak for overlong, allowing Kinko to regain her strength, to mend her wounds, to feed her anger. And now there is naught we can do but watch as she gathers her minions for a final assault on the land she once ruled. Kugane does not stand a chance. Now would be a good time for us to stumble across the hope Lady Leveva's reading promised would be at the end of this road to destruction. Well, we can try. Foxfire! Kyokuho appears frantic, and Master Murakumo is nowhere to be found. Constellation attire. Ooh. Melchan, thank the stars you are finally here. It's been almost 4 bells since Master Murakumo left on his daily inspection of the bonds. He most likely just stopped to warm his belly along the way, but I can't help wondering if it's something worse. Will you help me search for the old man? We can start at the closest shrine in Nakusui Gardens. Uh-oh. Bum, 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 bum. Festus. Quite a name you got there, Festus. That's close enough, savage. I'm not the one with the name Festus. Told him. Who are these again? Tavnarian. Alright, that's right. Is there a Sharlayan one? Ah, this guy. Whoa, look what we have here, boys. The Pretender is back with his Aegean lapdog to do whatever it is they're doing. Tell me again, what exactly is it you're doing? Not here, but 2 beats of the heart, and I'm accosted by Udoku and his merry band of minions. I'll handle these 3 while you search yonder for Master Murakumo. Maybe they'll get attacked by an angry spirit. That would be funny. Well, any sign of him? Where could he be? You don't suppose he tried anything foolish, do you? With the bonds as weak as they are, any manner of disturbance could rouse the golden fox, and the master is no longer of an age to defend himself. Defend himself against what? A maid could walk the streets naked and unattended, carrying a gold-filled sack, and not have so much as a finger laid upon her. Or are you spreading more lies about angry spirits to sow fear, so that you might offer your protection in exchange for a Bugyo's ransom? I've done no such thing. I've merely bid my fellow geomancers aid the city in its time of need. Not once have I asked compensation for what I seek. If anything, it is you who seek to prey on the citizenry's ignorance. Huh. So says the talentless hack, who waves his great-grandfather's name around like he does his member. Your lies are growing stale, Kyokuho. Continue spouting them, and not only do you sully our craft, but the very legacy of Grandmaster Kazan. What would he say to this nonsense? Are you even listening to me? Why does no one listen to me? All I desire is to mend my great-grandfather's magics and say Kugane. I do not seek coin. I do not seek fame. Why is that so hard for you to grasp? Ugh, we're wasting our time here, Melchan. Let us continue the search for Master Murakumo at the Westerly Shrine. Now I really hope they get attacked by spirits. Quite the performance. Perhaps the pretender should trade in his geomancer's robes for Mama's paint. Ha! Gotta slap you again. Apparently you've forgotten the first one. There you go. Here. No, I'll just go here. The markets. Hi. Oh. Master Murakumo, are you hurt? The bond was nearly undone. I tried to, but the... Kinko, she's here. She's already through. We need to perform the blood ritual. It's the only way. No, I already told you. My great-grandfather spurned the spilling of innocent blood to complete the seal, and so have I. Besides, even if we were to conduct the ritual, there is no one to sacrifice. He's going to offer himself. Yeah. Then I shall be the sacrifice, Kyokuho. For the many years since your grandfather passed, my sole purpose has been to find a means to mend Kazan's barrier. It would be the greatest honor, knowing that with my death, I might not only save the city, but be granted the opportunity to watch over it for eternity. Aww? No, I can't let you die, Master. Listen to what you are saying, Kyokuho. You cannot let me die. I want to do this. It is my decision to make, and mine alone. Let not this selfishness in your heart distract you from what needs to be done. You're wrong, Master. There must be another way. There is always another way. There is always hope. Right, Mo-chan? Tell me, how do we save Kugane? It's simple, sacrifice Master Murakumo. It's simple, use astrology. Just use astrology and just press the... Oh wait, they got rid of astrology barriers. Oh shit, we're screwed. Use astrology. Stop focusing on the bonds and look to the fox? What do you mean, Mo-chan? Yeah, what do I mean? What she means... Leveva! I'll tell you exactly what she means. Lady Leveva, how did you... why did you... Lady Leveva? Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me, Kyokuho. Aye, it is me, in the flesh, fresh off a galley, put into port this very morn. The symposium was a rousing success. The Vault, quick to realise the benefits of my school's wisdom could bring when applied to the rebuilding of Ishgard. It was even decided that several new courses in Sharlayan Astrology were to be taught at the Scholasticate, starting next term. And so, with my father's dream fulfilled, I was finally free to pursue whatever I wished, and I wished to learn more of geomancy. So here I am, and not a moment too soon by the looks of it. In the few bells I spent exploring the city for leads as to your whereabouts, I learned much and more about our pretender and his end is nigh advocacy, so I began testing the bonds of this barrier myself. It did not take long to realise that it was Kyokuho who was speaking verily, and his detractors the true pretenders. So, you'll help us mend the bonds? But how? Melchan and I have already tried using energies drawn from the heavens, and that only worked to delay the inevitable. The Guardian Spirit's strength has grown so great that the only thing that might hold her now is a new barrier, anchored with bonds of lifeblood. But this I cannot allow. It's simple. Focus on the fox and pet its fluffy tail. Yes. As always, Kyokuho, your hasty charge into a difficult answer blinds you from the simple solution. You were right to harness the power of aspected benefic, but you failed to grasp its true potential to bring succor. For so long you have focused on mending your great-grandfather's bonds, when you should have focused on Kinko herself. If her wrath can be quelled, then a barrier will no longer be needed. So, you're saying that if we use the power of the stars to soothe Kinko's wounded heart, we may convince her to stay her attack? Giving you time to relay your great-grandfather's bloodless bonds, but it will only work if Kinko is weak and the manifestations of her soul's scars cleansed. Right, so we only need to... Wait, won't attacking Kinko and her spiritual minions simply anger her even more? Before something can be healed, it must first be hurt. What? It is a sound plan, Kyokuho. And, if it turns out you still require a sacrifice, there'll be no sacrificing tonight, tomorrow, or ever. The stars have foretold our victory, and will provide us the strength we need to see our enemy overcome. He really wants to sacrifice himself. That's what I like to hear. Follow me then to Kugane Castle. The spirits are certain to be drawn there. Are you sure you don't need a sacrifice? No, we really don't. It's just up there. Drop my toast face down. Time to sacrifice myself. Hurrah! Trust in the heavens, and always trust in yourself. The fox is a creature of the night. If Kinko is to reveal herself, it will be under the cover of darkness. Looks dark to me. Foxfire. Firefox? Yep. The very hells have opened. Who will save us? Not you, apparently. That's a very Ganon colour scheme. Tenkonto? We just walked up all those steps for a final showdown at Kugane Castle, and now we have to walk all the way back to Right, mouth shut. Kinko will seek to draw our attention away from her by sowing chaos in the streets. Kyokuho, you focus your energies on the fox. Melchan, you make swift work of her angry supplicants. I shall provide you both with support from the rear. Kinko is attacking the people of Kugane. We have to save them. Let's go. This pathetic little... I'll save someone else first. Okay. Defilers of the land, hearken unto me. Tonight there shall be a reckoning. She flees. We can use this time to deal with Kinko's thralls before giving chase. Bothead. Oh, hi. What is this I smell? The blood of he who dared keep me from my rightful domain. Kazan. The fox thinks I'm my great-grandfather, and it doesn't appear she's all that thrilled to see me. Your insolence is neither forgotten nor forgiven. It is you I shall devour first. Oh, I just popped my buff. Rude. Hurry, we must not afford her time to heal her wounds. My buff? Where? Oh, hi. Hello. You will pay. All of you. Right, close again. Pop on my buffs. And that buff too. Look there. So overwhelming are her wrath and anguish that they have taken shape. Heal her wrath and anguish. Weaken her and then... Okay, she's invulnerable. Heal her wrath. This light, it's warmth. Can you stop eating him, please? He is my friend. Her anguish. Oh. Kill these things. Thorough cursing is what it was casting. The flames within recede with the morning tide. Trust Forgiveness. They are what truly blinds us. Her anger. We must soothe it once and for all. Yeah. Heal that wrath. Kill the spirits. Yeah. Hath man finally learned his power need not only be used for destruction? Perhaps my guardianship is no longer required. Now, she is ready. Melchan, tap into the stars and guide her soothing energies through Kinko. Guide their soothing energies. Yo! We healed Fox Lady. Kinko is calmed. Now lay the bonds and complete your great-grandfather's ritual. May the rivers of heaven and earth, wind and water, flow together as one. May their currents cleanse this land of its impurities, and see it ever guarded. Is she okay? What did we just do? May the wrath that once held rule be carried to the seas where it be forgotten, for eternity. It is done. Together we have saved Kugane, and with it, torn down the walls that separated our two schools. This will be a day long remembered, the day a new hope was born. Did we just kill her? I thought we were going to be friends with her. Okay. At the end of the path of disaster is hope. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you so. Wink. I don't know how to begin to thank you, both of you. Normally, I would say that this uncharacteristic display of humility is more than enough thanks. But I still require one thing in return for my assistance. A promise that this is not the end. Of course it's not the end. This is just the beginning. A new beginning for both geomancy and astrology. There's so much to be done. First, we'll need to write down all that happened here today. Then I'll need to... Oh, hi. So this is Kugane, eh? Not bad. Jannequinard? What in the seventh heaven's name are you doing here? I explicitly stated in my letter that you were not to follow me. Lady Leveva, I am disappointed. You of all people should know, had you wanted me to stay put, you should have rather demanded that I come. Yes, whatever was I thinking? Ahem. May I say that I am honoured to have before me the foremost authorities on astrology. Your display last night taught me there is still much I must learn about my own school. Something I would not have been able to do had I, allowed myself to be sacrificed. Kikuho, I wanted to apologize. There, I said it. I still despise you and that smirk of yours, but I can see I was mistaken about your being a pretender. You have talent, almost as much as I. You'll make a worthy rival. Huh. Coming from you, Udoku, I'll take that as a compliment. Lady Leveva, under any other circumstances, I would be on a bark headed back to Eorzea this very evening to complete my training as an astrologian. But there is something I need to do first. Just as you fought to educate Ishgard of your school, I must do the same here in Kugane with mine. A geomancy unfaithful to the teachings of the masters has poisoned the city for too long. A wise decision, one that was surely not easy for you to make. Take as much time as you need, Kikuho. See the ship righted. See truth prevail. The stars will guide you back to us when the hour is right. Don't you worry, Lady Leveva. Give me a few summers, and I'll have an entire army of geomancers trained by yours truly lining up at your desk. An entire army of Kikuhos? What, is that a problem? Ha! Nod. So, did we kill her, or did we just, like, punt her out of the city? Or what? I don't know. Further study of geomancy secrets provides insight into your own field. Doing something. I didn't get to read all that. Nice. There's me level 70. The stars in our faults. Bum, 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 bum. Of the eastern skies. Complete the Astrologian job quest. Love, astrologically. I'm gonna have to see what that's gonna be. That's the level 81. Arcana gauge expanded, yay! I've got my major arcana thing back, or minor arcana thing back. So I had the Lord of Crowns or Lady of Crowns thing, but it got taken away because they moved it to level 70. It's different now too, I think, so... Minor arcana can be used to draw either Lord of Crowns or Lady of Crowns. So it's got its own draw button. Can only be executed while in combat. Alright, well, I guess we'll go find a thingy to smack. Don't shot. Oh, actually, hang on. First, I want to go talk to the NPCs. I wonder if we can find Kikuho around. Not sure where he would be though, if he's not on that bridge. Maybe over here? I'll see if he's over here. Ha! Here he is. Ah, is Udoku being trained by him? There is much one might learn from his rival, especially if he is so forthcoming with sharing his knowledge. Yet, if he is foolish enough to want to reveal all his secrets, I will not match that foolishness by turning a deaf ear to them. Mo-chan, you're still in Kugane? I thought you would have sailed back to Eorzea by now. Is there something that keeps you in our fair city, or do you simply enjoy its pleasures too much to leave? As for me, I will require a little more time to... What did Lady Leveva say? Sit the straight ship? How I despise your cryptic expressions. Just tell her, if you see her, that I haven't forgot our promise. Oh, Or was it sit the right ship, did he say? That's sit the straight ship. Well, let's go talk to the nerds over in Foundation. Bum, 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 bum. Have you heard the news? Of course you have, but I'll tell you anyway. They have made me an assistant professor at the Scholasticate. I'll be teaching Lady Leveva's courses to all the young, handsome students. Oh, and the old, ugly ones as well. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Well, good luck with that, I guess. Where's Leveva? We have seen quite a change in Lady Leveva since her little sojourn in the Far East, where once one could rarely find her in her study for the wanderlust which kept her ever abroad. She now has taken to remaining within the city's walls, content on guiding budding young minds to bloom. Aww. That's nice. I, may have been hasty in my judgment of geomancy as well, but I stand by my assessment of Kyokuho as a flake, despite what Fleury thinks. Recent happenings. Master Rufin spends her days in and out of the Athenaeum. When not within these walls, she will either be at the Scholasticate, nurturing young minds, or out searching for more documentation on geomancy. She is even talking of an expedition into the Great Google Library. Your adventure in the Far East has again stoked the curiosity which ever burns in her heart, and I fear it will not soon cool. As for you, Ishgard is still abuzz with your heroic deeds. There have been more than a few come knocking at our doors seeking to follow in the footsteps of the great Nolchanangura. For that, the Athenaeum is in your debt. Aww, that's cute. Lord Rufin's activity around the realm has resulted in increased awareness of Sharlayan Astrology, making it more accepted amongst the public. Interest in the field has become so great that the Holy Seal can no longer simply brush it under the broom, so they instead allow it, if only so they can keep a close eye on it. And this is old information. Told me of astrology. This doesn't look new at all, so... Okay. The symposium was a success, and now there is news that Kyokuho may soon return to the Athenaeum to resume his studies. Perhaps Lady Leveva will put us in the same classes. In the same classes. While I am happy for Lady Leveva, the Vault's newfound interest in Sharlayan astrology has increased our workload here tenfold. Oh right, that may be an exaggeration. Sevenfold then, and not a fold less. No Leveva. Alright. I don't think I talked to the Marauder guy at the end of the Scholar quest either, so let's go talk to him. Then we'll check out our shiny new ability and 2 shiny new gear sets. It's snowing! It's snow! It's snow! Presents! Lovely. Alcazolka. Hello. I'm an astrologian, don't worry. Mel-chan, to what do I owe the immense pleasure of seeing my fellow Marine today? How fare you? I'm continuing to train under Sergeant Tolga. Though he has recognised I am worthy of the Royal Marines, he sees that I have not yet awakened to my full potential. However, I can no longer focus solely on my own progress. There are many members of the Marauders Guild who wish to learn Nemean techniques. They must be taught to defend the defenceless, and you and I must lead by example. To victory, my friend, come hills or high water. How is Satoto? She has never been better. Her good health and smile are quite possibly the Royal Marines' biggest victory to date, though I suppose Lendenau and Satoto's father also deserve some of that credit. Truly, a parent's love knows no bounds. Mayhap if I ever come to sire children, I'll understand what spurred him to make such a great sacrifice. I suppose what you really want to know is if Satoto ever joined the Royal Marines. While yet to become an official member, she has been training with me every day. I wanted to invite you to join us, but she insists that she requires my full attention to improve. Between my rigorous training regime and her eagerness to learn, she's certain to become a proper Marine in next to no time. Aww. Hey, counting? Come hills or high water, yeah. Don't think any of this is new. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's go to a striking dummy. Wrong one. Summerford Farms. Those were good quest lines. I've been really enjoying all the Stormblood class quest lines. They've been really good so far. I've done quite a lot of them now too. I have not done Paladin and Warrior. Haven't finished leveling Monk. Have not done any of Samurai. Have not done Machinist. Haven't finished leveling Dancer or Black Mage. And have not done Summoner. I think I've done all the other ones though. Oh, I haven't showed any Blue Mage quests. I'll do that at some point. Do a Blue Mage stream or two. Meow. Where's the dummies? Right there. Lots of people. Let's check out these sets of gear first. Orator. That's the Scholar one. Oh, that hat looks cute. Alright. Scholar. Book. Oh, insufficient armory space. You know, that's fair. Just pop some random stuff out of here, make some room. Okay. Book. What's the book look like? Ooh, that's a nice design. Oh, it's got like little pouches, like a little letter opener and such. That's cute. I like that book. Hat. Oh, yes. Oh my god, I love it. I love all the Scholar sets so much. It's good. I want to recolor it, but I think I have to upgrade it before I can do that. Yeah. It's good though. What is this hat? It's a great hat. Oh, I've got a little scroll here. Oh, it's so good. Is that like a padded covering? Interesting. Alright, let's check out the Astrologian one. The Constellation attire. See what this globe looks like. Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Nice design. Ooh. Oh, it's the robe Ryanje is wearing. Nice. Well, it's a different gender version of it, sadly, but it's still nice. Yeah, I really like this. The turban looks strange though, since it's a different colour. It looks like it's from a different set or something. Yeah, I think I like it without the turban. That's a nice set. Might use this one as well. Really good sets. Have I done the Christmas event yet? No. I'll do that next stream, actually. Yeah, next stream I'll do the Christmas event and then the healer role quests, so that we can get back into the Shadowbringers MSQ. Because you have to do one of the role quest lines. Look at all this, it's so pretty. I like. Alright, well, I can't think of anything else to do apart from explain how Astrologian works. So I think I'll do that and then end the stream. Alright, Astrologian got a lot of changes in Endwalker, so I'll explain those as we get there. I guess the stances I can explain. So they used to have two different stances. You would choose which one you wanted at the start of a dungeon or whatever. The nocturnal one and the diurnal one. And the diurnal one is turned you into a pure healer, while the nocturnal one would turn you into a shield healer, a barrier healer. But since they brought in Sage, they've now split it off so that Astrologian's just a pure healer. So essentially they got rid of that mechanic. There's no more stances. And we just have all the pure healing versions of spells by default now. Round play. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't actually try this ability. Hang on. My minor arcana. Now that's a different button. Oh, I've got to figure out where I'm going to put this now. Maybe here? They've added more binds now, because this is now a separate drawer from this. Oh, very shiny though. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Astrologian's now a pure healer. Your attacks are pretty simple. You've got a dot. All healers have a dot. Combust. Proximity of a theoretical sun is causing damage, which is one of the coolest tooltips in the game. Repeatable quest after the main quest. Do it once. Specifically the market portion. Okay, thank you. I should do that. Yeah, so you've got a damage over time. You've got your spammable damage ability, Malefic. It explodes at this level. Like it makes a nice bang noise. And you've got your spammable AoE called Gravity. Makes me float. Look how cool I look. Gravity's nice because it's targeted at what you're targeting. I don't have to run in there like I do with Scholar and White Mage. I can just target things from far away. Although, come to think of it, you do want to run in anyway for some of Scholar's abilities. But you want to be close to your party members, and the tank specifically, so you can hit them with these abilities. So Scholar's heals, you've got your tiny little baby heal, Benefic. Tiny little heal. You've got Benefic 2. That's kind of like your main spammable single target heal. You've got Essential Dignity, which is this one's off the global cooldown, an instant. So you can throw that in for a quick burst of healing without using a global cooldown. So if you need a lot of tank healing, you can throw that in between benefits. It also heals more depending on how much HP they're missing. So if they're at 30% or less, it hits pretty hard, 900. Pretty nice. It'll save people. Then we've got a heal over time spell called Aspected Benefic. Just a nice little heal over time. 15 seconds. I wonder, is that shorter than White Mage Regen? I just want to quickly compare. I'm still in combat with something. Which one? That one? I don't remember attacking that, but apparently I did. Sure. Hey Freak, how are ya? 18 seconds. Okay, yeah, it is a shorter duration than the White Mage heal over time. Interesting. Yeah, so that's got your heal over time. And for your AoE heals, you've got your spammable Helios. And you've got Aspected Helios, which gives everyone a heal over time effect. So it's a lot like Medica versus Medica 2 as White Mage. You use Aspected Helios first, give everyone a heal over time, and then you spam the other one if you still need group healing. So yeah, you can think of them as they're like Medica 1 and 2. And then you have Celestial Opposition. This is off global cooldown. It's another big group heal. And it also gives everyone a hot. And it looks pretty as hell, but it's around you. For a radius 15 yards. That's why you want to be careful where you're standing. Actually, its radius is the same as these two heals. Maybe they boosted it. There's a whole... So, Astrologian has a lot of cooldowns that are very interesting. There's Sinistry. This one you put it on... I think you can only put it on party members. You can't put it on yourself, can you? No. I'll summon my Chocobro. Yes, this one you put it on someone, and then every time you do a single target healing spell on anyone in the party, it also heals them for an extra 40% of that spell. So throw that on him, and now if I heal myself, it'll heal him as well. And the nice thing is you can also heal him, and he also gets the bonus healing. So you can also think of it as if it just lets you heal the tank for 40% more. Because you can just heal the person who has Sinistry. So it is also a tank healing cooldown. Really helps in Stormblood dungeons. We've got Light Speed, which reduces cast times for spells by 2.5 seconds. Most of our spells are 2.5 seconds or less. So it makes everything instant cast for a bit. Except for res. That's the reason why it isn't just makes everything instant cast, because then you'd have instant cast reses. So it makes everything instant cast except res, basically, for 15 seconds. We've got this very interesting thing, Collective Unconsciousness. This tooltip is much less of a mess now that they got rid of Nocturnal Sect. So this one, it's got two effects. It gives everyone a damage taken reduction, and it also gives everyone a heal over time effect. I'm pretty sure they increased the radius of it. I think it was smaller before. But it only stays up while you're channeling it. And so what you actually do is you flash it for just a moment and then break it. And that gives everyone the damage taken reduction for just a few moments, and gives everyone the heal over time as well. Or you can like pop it during certain, like if the boss is about to do a big AoE blast, you can pop this beforehand, I suppose. But most of the time I use this, I only actually just like flash it for like a moment, and I make sure I catch the tank with it, It's one of the little tricks I had to learn as Astrologian to keep up with the healing in Stormblood dungeons. So it's one of the extra little things you can do. Oh yeah, then we've got Earthly Star, which is just great. I love it. The thing you put on the ground. They made it huge. It used to be very small. It's freaking huge now. Huge radius. Yeah, it reaches that far now. Your party members are standing in this, whether they want to or not. It's you can press the button a second time to make it explode, and it does damage and healing to everyone. And if you leave it for a little bit, it becomes bigger and does more healing and damage. Simple. And yeah, huge radius now. It's a really nice change. So you throw it down at the start of a big fight, and if you don't have to detonate it manually, it'll also detonate on its own after time expires. Yeah, so generally you want to pop it about 10 seconds before you want to actually make it explode, because yeah, it takes 10 seconds for it to become big. Yeah, it's an interesting little thing, like a little preparation thing you can throw down if you know that damage is coming later. So that's cool. You're going to level your gatherers so you can get mats. Also you, but effort. Yes. I think that's all the non-card stuff. I wanted to leave the card stuff last, because that's a lot there. So yeah, the basic healing spells are very simple. You got a heal over time, you got spammable AoE heal, you got AoE heal that gives everyone a heal over time. You got a thing you throw on the ground. Yeah, these tools are pretty simple, except for collective unconsciousness and yeah, except for these two. These two are a bit trickier. But your basic kit's a lot more straightforward than a lot of other healers. That's because then you've got all this stuff to do. So you draw a card, and it's one of 6 at random. You don't really have to memorize them. It's yeah, there's 6. There's 2 of them that have the moon symbol, 2 of them that have the star. Yeah, oh yeah, moon, star, and what was the other one? I've forgotten the other one. But when you cast them, like in combat, you collect the little symbols. Celestial, solar, celestial, and moon. Sure, let's go with that. So this used to be tied to this big group cooldown, Divination. Increases damage done by self and nearby party members. So you used to collect the 3 symbols. You wanted to have the 3 different symbols, because that made this stronger. And then you would pop it and give everyone a big damage buff. But they have been separated from each other. So now Divination is just, you just pop it to give everyone a damage buff. You just pop it when you need to. It no longer requires symbols. The symbols are part of something else now, called Astrodyne. So the card, yeah, so you draw a card, you play the card on whoever you're targeting, a party member, and it gives them a 15-second buff, which does more damage. Nice. And you get that symbol, if I'm in combat. As Astrologian, one of the first things I do when we pull something is I just put the dot on there just to flag myself as in combat, so that I can then start playing cards and collecting symbols. I'll throw that on Nero, and I collected the little moon. Draw again. So this one's going to be another moon. But we can only shuffle. You can shuffle the card, but you can only do that once per draw now. Okay, we've got the solar one. That's good. Get that Nero. There, I got 2 symbols. And I got the moon. Nice. I got good RNG. So we got him, and now I've got all 3. And so we spend those on Astrodyne. It just gives us buffs. We get more buffs the more different symbols we had. If we only had 1 symbol type, we only got a mana regen. If we had 2 types, we got a 10% haste bonus. And if we got all 3, we get 5% boost in damage and healing. Very nice. Cool effect too. Yeah, I've got all 3 buffs. Nice. So it's weird to get used to the changes. It's I find that it encourages me to actually to eat up my symbols more often. It seems to be it's trying to push you away from being perfectionist about it, because you can only reshuffle each one time. And you can't play a card without collecting the symbol now unless you're out of combat. So sometimes you will end up with repeats. Let's say I shuffled and ended up with another moon. My only choices are undraw it and just lose that damage buff, or just play it anyway. Just have 2 moons. It's not a big deal anymore because it's not tied to divination. They're trying to encourage you to just pop it whenever it happens. And to be less perfectionist about making sure you get all 3. You can still try for it. We've got 2. 2 is good enough. So we pop that. And I've still got my 10% haste, which is a lot. Look how fast we can go. Yeah, so it's an interesting change. I had to kind of let go of that mentality of, no, I'm going to keep reshuffling until I get all 3 symbols. So yeah, so the 6 cards, they're the 3 symbols. And they're also divided into whether they buff melee DPS and tank, or everyone else. I mean, they do a damage buff for everyone, but if you put them on the right rolls, you get a bigger bonus. So essentially you're just throwing out buffs on the party. Just draw a card, see what you got. Balance, that's melee DPS or tank. So I'll throw that on the tank. Hey Nero, you're a tank. There you go. Big damage bonus. Draw that one. That's another melee DPS one, so I'll throw that on melee DPS. Or shuffle it. That's another melee DPS. Yeah, you can memorize them if you want. It's not a big deal if you get it wrong, though. But yeah, so you're essentially just throwing out buffs to people, make them do more damage. And then the symbols you collect, you buff yourself with. But yeah, so that's what the new concept is. And Minor Arcana is its own thing now. So this is going to be in combat. This is just a 60-second thing. Just use it once every 60 seconds. You're essentially drawing a card that's either Lord of Crowns or Lady of Crowns, and then you just throw it on someone. Oh wait, no. This is an attack now. Deals unexpected damage to all nearby enemies. Okay, this is just an AoE attack now. Oh, that's pretty! It's a pretty AoE. What did the other one do? Yeah, it's just a separate card draw now. You click it, you get one of 2 things, you hit the button to use it. Lady of Crowns. Restore own HP and HP of all nearby party members. Interesting. And there's no way to reshuffle that. You just press that button every 60 seconds and then you throw it. You use it. But yeah, so Astrologian's a lot of just going with the flow, just seeing what symbols and stuff you get. And yeah, if you want to really min-max it, RNG will not be in your favour sometimes. You won't get your perfect 3 symbols every time. You just got to live with that. And sometimes you won't get sometimes you want Lord of Crowns and you get Lady of Crowns. You just go with the flow. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, simple healing kit, except for... yeah, these. So, something really handy I've found for healing tanks in Stormblood dungeons is you can kind of treat Astrologian like a heal over time healer. You can have just a big burst of heal over time on the tank for when they pull just a bunch of stuff they shouldn't have. I'll put a hot on him. Then I pop this when I'm close to the tank. It heals everyone, but you can just use it as a tank heal if you want. And then I'm going to flash Collective Unconsciousness. So now he's got a hot that's ticking for 4.5k, and he's taking less damage for a few moments. Astrologian, Archer, and Dancer are the 3 classes you haven't touched yet. They're all fun. I like them all. Especially Dancer. Oh. But yeah, you kind of get creative with your buttons as Astrologian. These are both short cooldowns, they're 60 seconds, just... I mean, they sound like they're group heals, but you can just use them as to help heal the tank as well. Just start flashing Collective Unconsciousness. You don't have to sit there and channel it, just pop it. Now everyone's got a hot. So it's you need to learn to be close enough to the tank as Astrologian that you can catch them in that Collective Unconsciousness. It's only 8 yards, so you flash it. Yeah, see, the animation doesn't even have to go off, and now he's got those effects. I'll give you that too. Give you that. And all that heal over time effects was, for a few moments, it was ticking for 4,000. It's short term, but it's another way to help keep tanks up through just enormous damage. Whereas if you compare, my White Mage is level 80, not 70, and my heal over time as White Mage is like 2,000, I think it was. Less than 2,000. So yeah, Astrologian is also secretly a heal over time healer for short periods, which is very interesting. It's a cool healer. It's for if you want something that's not as straightforward as White Mage. You play the little mini game of collecting symbols. You be creative with how you use these abilities. And meanwhile, you've got some more simple heal abilities to back it up. It's a very cool class. I really like Astrologian. Let's draw a Minor Arcana. What do we get? Lady of Crowns. Big heal. Oh, pretty. Yeah, there you go. That's Astrologian. Even heavier than Scholar on the off-GCD healings. Maybe? I could compare how many I've got at the moment. See, this is my main off-GCD single target. It's only got one charge at the moment, though. It does get a second later. Level 78, I'll get 2 charges of that. So that's comparable. That's off-GCD, that's off-GCD. That's off-GCD. It might not have as many as Scholar. Yeah, Scholar, you've also got Aether Pact. That's off GCD, that's off. Maybe it's comparable. They're both very cool classes, though. They just play very differently. Yeah, I like Astrologian, though. Second favourite healer, with White Mage being first. And I haven't actually used Sage in a dungeon or anything yet, so I need to do that. Oh my god, it's a bunny chocobo. Oh my god, that's cute. Where did it come from? Oh. Secret summoner standing up there. Alright. There you go, that's Astrologian. Nice, I'm happy to do those quests finally, so I've got all their abilities unlocked for now. So what classes still have stuff locked? Paladin definitely does. Warrior does. Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, I did both of those. Sage is going to have something locked at level 80, but I haven't leveled it yet. Penheimer. A magical barrier. Grants 5 stacks of Penheimetinon? Is that a word? Sure. Gonna level Sage. Monk, I haven't finished leveling. We did Dragoon. We did Ninja. I have not done Samurai. I have 2 chapters of Samurai to do at some point. What's the level 70 for Samurai? Is Satsukuren? Oh, okay, that sounds cool. Yeah, I need to do the quest to unlock that. Reaper. Okay, we did Bard. We did not do Machinist. Yeah, Machinist we haven't done yet. And Dancer I'm currently leveling. I've not leveled Black Mage. We have not done Summoner. So I can't summon Bahamut, sadly. We'll have to do Summoner soon. And we did do Red Mage. Okay. We've got a lot of job quests done. Paladin is nuts now. You soloed a boss when the rest of your team died. Oh, wow. That's cool. That's awesome. Alright, so next time we're going to do the Christmas event. And then we're going to do the Healer role quest, which I picked up but haven't actually done yet. The Healer role quest for Shadowbringers. And once I've completed that, I can continue the Shadowbringers MSQ. Okay, so thank you for watching. I'll just see if there's anyone I want to raid today. Who is streaming? Sakura Subasa's doing a baking stream. Oh, we're going to have to go check that out. She's baking. Subasa. So thank you all very much for watching. That was really fun. And I'll see you later. See ya!